Present your application. Our very first presenter is going to be Nerd Django.
All right, please join us on stage.
Nerd Django? Or are they virtual? Welcome. Join us. Okay, maybe not Nerd Django. Let's see. They might be virtual. Is Payees here? Topizzy. Topizzy. Oh, you are here. Are you ready? Yes? Welcome. Come step to the stage. I'm sorry?
5 minutes of presentation, 5 minutes of Q&A.
Okay. So just to remind you, in the format, it'll be 5 minutes of presentation and then 5 minutes of Q&A. Okay? All right. Please.
Hi, everyone.
No, you just speak into it. It's already on.
Hi, everyone. My name is Doreen Atieno, and I represent Topizzy. Crypto adoption across Africa is rising quickly, but everyday usage is still full of friction. How about I tell you that buying airtime right now requires a lot of steps. Like you need to off-ramp to your account, from your mobile account, then to mobile money, and then from the mobile money is when you buy airtime. And these all things causes unnecessary fees, and it causes also delays. And with that, that's why we bring to you Topizzy. Topizzy is an app. It's a mini app built on the base app that allows users with USDC to buy airtime directly using crypto. And how it works is simple. It's seamless. You just go to your base app, search topizzy.xyz, and then from there you'll be guided you can fast forward, you'll be guided to enter the number you want to send the airtime to, and then that's how you flow. Our business model is simple, just $0.05 per top-up. That's what we get. And then we also have rewards from the airtime providers. Right now, we are using African Stocking Airtime APIs, and we have offers from them, which we get our money. Topizzy is not just time. We intend to expand it so that you are able to buy also data bundles using your crypto directly. And we also want to expand it so that you are able to off-ramp and buy goods and also pay bill using crypto directly. So this is how Topizzy works. On your base app, you go to search bar and search for Topizzy. Then while you are on the base app, it will automatically connect to your wallet address. So you don't need to connect your wallet again. So you just put the number that you want to send. South Africa, so we use the South African. That's what we wanted to improve on, use on the South African number. After putting the number, you put the amount, and then you just pay. There was issue with internet, but that's where you need to confirm that you are paying the amount to that particular person. And then you give your passkey, the one that you use. And then, yeah, she just got the credits, and that's it. Thank you.
Awesome presentation. Thank you so much. So, from the judges, do we have any first questions?
Yeah, this is utterly fantastic, but I do want to know, what would you say is your unique value proposition compared to other providers out there that either uses things like WhatsApp or have their own application status, or just a relative feature ecosystem that would say, hey, I'm able to essentially still potential users down the line. I really, really like this. I think it's great, but I think if you can go a bit more in depth regarding to that sector of potential early ad features that you can essentially say, hey, this product will be a lot more flourished and viable for them to say, I can still 5% or 2% of an existing user base away.
Well, if I got you right, you're asking the value proposition for our platform?
Yeah, the unique value proposition. So what makes this platform relatively unique compared to similar players out there in the industry?
Well, other applications, for someone to buy airtime, they have to go through a different ways, like off-ramping to the bank, like I said earlier, and then after off-ramping to the bank, to their account, and then to the mobile account before they could buy airtime. But for us, and that causes like a lot of unnecessary fees in between. But for us, we allow you to like buy airtime directly with one single fee of $0.05 per top-up. So you don't need to go through other steps and other unnecessary fees. It's just instant.
And like one more question.
Yeah.
Who do you say is your biggest Web3 competitor out there that's building something similar?
Well, right now for airtime, there is no competitor. The only competitors we have, since we need like to expand into pay bill and buy goods and also off-ramping, we have competitors like Minisend, and I think ExpendiPay is also doing the same. Yeah, but for airtime providers, airtime from crypto to airtime to your phone, there is no competitor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Congratulations, this is a fantastic application, and I think it's one that makes a lot of sense. Do you, and again, I don't know to what phase this has been built so far, but to what extent do you have relationships with the different providers, the different telco providers?
Currently, we don't. We have only one provider, the African Stocking Airtime API providers. They're the ones who are providing for the airtime in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda, and the same for South Africa. We only need like to let them know that we are now expanding to this African country so that they can adjust for us to for the API to accept also those other countries.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you.
Hi. Cool product. I just want to understand a bit more on scale. Sorry, I'm just frog in my throat. Sorry. I'm just trying to understand a bit more on scale. All right, because if your value proposition is that low towards the customer, right, you would have had to calculate your cost to serve from a technology perspective, right? And what does that look like in terms of scale? And what would you change if you had a sudden spike in user base from, let's say, 100 users to something like 10 million in across a month? Like, how would that impact this project?
Well, first of all, for Topizi, we are right now, as we are starting up, we are getting like that 0.05 per top up, which is too low, but we intend to expand it and also allow other chains, not just base users, but other chains to be able to use Topizi to buy airtime. So once we do that, we've already started campaigns on meetups in Kenya, And we are also having Busi here who will help us in marketing in here in South Africa, so that we can get a good number of people who will normalize the use of Topizi, buying airtime every day across the whole Africa. And another thing is we always have the tech events, like for right now we are having like W3Node here, and these are people whom, if I talk to them, they are able to use Topizi to buy airtime because they are crypto holders. They hold the assets, but they don't use it daily. So Topizi is allowing them to use those assets daily so that they can normalize the use of crypto adoption. Yeah.
I like the idea. It's nice and simple, and simplicity can go a long way because you're not trying to do too much. It's a simple app. It solves a problem for certain people. I always think of these types of transactions are low value, high volume, because no one makes a lot of money from selling one airtime. Like, you only really make money after you're getting the mass adoption onto your platform. The only thing I'm a bit worried for is because crypto and blockchain, as awesome as it is, does incur a certain cost either on someone, whether it is the user or the platform, but like there are sometimes fees incurred with managing on the back end side, because blockchain, as awesome as it is, it's not as efficient as other technologies. It's decentralized, it's an open ledger, there's a lot of awesomeness that comes with it, but not necessarily speed and efficiency. So I think to get mass adoption might be a bit tough, but it can fit a small need for niche for people that does have crypto, that doesn't necessarily have a bank card. I think it is a nice potential global tool where if I'm South African and I go to Rwanda, I don't need to have my credit card open. It's like I have blockchain, I can connect to local users. So maybe there is a value proposition in that. But yeah, I know in the digital products and services space, it is a tight competition because the margins are so low. So just some advice there.
Thank you.
Yeah, cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a hand for Topizi. Alrighty, we're still on the payments and stablecoin hackathon track. Is ClearVault here? No? Alrighty. CassiePay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome CassiePay to the stage. I apologize. I'm sorry? No, we will be, as far as I understand, we're running off of your submission video. Okay, so your submission video will play live, and then you will be able to kind of talk through it. But first, and most importantly, please take the stage. I'd like for you guys to introduce yourselves.
Hi everyone, my name is Ntsepiseng Matupe.
Hi everyone, my name is Bulela Komoshe.
Hi everyone, my name is Motapo Mohau. Thank you.
So let's get into your presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. We are bringing things up. So why don't you guys tell me a little bit about where you guys are from?
Okay, I'm from Cape Town. I'm originally from Eastern Cape. I'm a student here at W3Node.
Beautiful.
Oh, I'm also original here from Cape Town. I live in Kailicha Side C, and I'm a student here at W3Node.
Awesome.
I am from Limpopo, but I recently moved to Cape Town. I am from Limpopo, but I recently moved to Cape Town, and I am a student here at W3Node together with these guys.
Okay, wonderful. We're just getting things set up, just make sure that from a tech standpoint we're good. Thumbs up? Lovely. So let's get into your presentation. Oh, wait. Yeah, I got a thumbs up, so yes.
Are we able to present slides?
Well, you will be presenting based on your submission video. And the submission video will play live here. We're just making sure technically that everything is going smooth, so we're going to give them a moment. Oh.
The product that we've built over the past few days of the duration of the hackathon. So here's a simple workflow or just what the
On this concept.
Originates from Lokasi, Afrikaans word. So we call them kasis, that's the townships. And then we thought, how could we solve a problem in the townships? And then in terms of tracks, we thought we should go with payments and stable coin tracks, just to try and keep things simple. So one problem we have in the kasi, in the townships, is that we don't build our own solutions. All these digital solutions come from people who are not even from the townships, who don't understand the townships. And secondly, we know that in the townships there's a lot of businesses that are not accounted for,
Right.
that are invisible basically. So that's where we were coming from building
Okay.
this. And then when I suggested it to everyone just agreed and believed in it.
Okay, so it comes from a shared lived experience.
Yes.
Beautiful. And how did you guys then land specifically on what challenge? I mean, obviously you guys had... We are? Okay. Awesome. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm hand for Kasipet.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Greetings to everyone. As I mentioned, my name is Bulela Komoshe, and we are Depa Devs, the team. And we've built a solution called Kasipay. So, in South Africa, there's a lot of informal businesses, informal vendors, entrepreneurs that are, I don't want to say stuck, but that are trying to make a living in their townships. And this township economy is believed to be about 900 billion, according to 27 for investment management. Also, think of Thabo from Khayelitsha that has a chisanyama, and think of Uthabile, his sister, that has a thrift store. Uthabo only deals with cash, and his store, his chisanyama is booming. He has customers every day. But now his problem is that he has cash on his pockets. As soon as they pay him, he has cash on his pockets, and he lives in the township of him. The moment he leaves, there's a danger that he might be robbed, or he might actually lose the cash on him, or it might get damaged. And Uthabile has a thrift store, and Uthabile has an eye for fashion. Her thrift store is taking off. Young people love it. But now, Uthabile can't really afford to be on the POS systems that are owned by banks. So it's quite costly for her. So it kind of like affects her business and her profits. So now we've built this solution in consideration for these people. So the problem that these people are facing, they can't really afford this payment systems, this POS, and also cash is not really safe. And also these people have booming businesses, but they can't prove it, that they can't now go make a loan to grow the business and scale it. They can't go make a loan at a bank. So there's no record of these funds coming in and going out. So they can't really prove it if ever they needed credit. So we built Kasipay while thinking about these people. And then we built a payment solution that will help informal vendors, township stores be on have a digital footprint and have their transactions recorded and have a traceable record of their business. So we built this solution in consideration for them. And the future goal is to open it up to be a marketplace, but for now we're just focusing on it being a payment system that uses simply a cell phone. And as we all know that people these days, majority of people have smartphones. So the impact that we're trying to bring is that we're trying to move people from cash to credibility, especially these people coming from townships. We are trying to give them a digital foot so that they can be more exposed to more people rather than just being seen on the street. So once they sign up on our platform, they get to be seen by the people paying. And also, they will stay on the platform. They will stay online. Even if they pack their things up and go home, someone can still view them can still view their business profile on our app, Kasipay. And also, these transactions will be backed by blockchain. So we won't be using banks. We are aiming to create our own solutions for our people because we've experienced these problems ourselves. Okay, additionally to our platform, we are looking to educate these people to make them better entrepreneurs, as we all know that in the townships, not everyone has access to information. So we are looking to add an educative part to our payment solution to help these businesses grow while onboarding them. So for this solution, we are looking to have people who have background, who grew up in townships, who understand townships. We are looking to have those people be the people that champion this app and onboard these informal businesses. So our business model, first of all, we're looking to just charge transaction fees. So since we are not using the rails that the banks are using, we're going to be using our own rails. We're looking to charge a very small percentage. And the chain that we went with was Cello. And then secondly, as a second way of making money out of this solution to maintain the business, this platform to have premium features such as I mentioned before, business profile and suggestions upon the data from the app to improve the business. And then additionally, that's future steps to partner with any relevant partner that would be interested in working with this township economy. As I mentioned before, the impact that we are trying to bring to these townships that we live in. We're trying to have safer payments for informal traders. We're trying to make sure more money stays in the townships, and these banks don't charge, don't take the money from the township. And also, we are trying to have verifiable income records, because these people are counted, these informal traders, when the unemployment stats are counted, these people are counted there, yet these people have self-employed. So they're not really accounted for. Thank you. Right now, we're going to be demoing our solution. Okay, cool. Okay, we had recorded, but we're just going to take you through. My partner right there will take you through the app.
Hi. So the first step that the user would see when they go to our domain per se, it will be the login page, which they will authenticate themselves, right? Just gonna log in with Google. Okay. Yeah, okay, so this is what the user would see after they have successfully authenticated themselves. What they would see, as you can see here, we have different categories. We have food, fashion, tech, and home, so that, okay, yeah, food, services, and stuff. So we would have like a list of vendors which have registered their profiles on our platform, and down here is just a sample of these services that these vendors would have registered on the platform itself, right? So, yeah, it's just gonna demonstrate like doing a simple transaction and connecting your wallet. It's pretty much easy. So, sorry, you just bear with me a little. Yeah, it's a bit weird because we pre-recorded the audio as well, so I wasn't expecting it to be this way. So yeah, here's gonna click add an item to the cart, and yeah, now proceed to the checkout. And when they proceed to the checkout, yeah, it's gonna show, like he mentioned earlier, that we're using stablecoin, which is powered by CUSD stablecoin. Yeah, CUSD stablecoin. So here first is gonna be prompted to connect their wallet. Didn't edit the thing. Okay, sorry. You just bear with me, guys.
Not a problem. So while this is loading, can you tell us a little bit about how the design is and what is happening on the stage of the website? The application?
Yeah.
Can you tell a little bit about the design of this particular stage while we're waiting for things to load?
Okay. So one would say this might sort of look like Uber Eats, and I would agree to a certain extent, but instead of like just Uber Eats, it's like powered by blockchain, which is the chain that we went for. Like he said, it's Celo, and it's powered by the CUSD stablecoin. So this allows people to learn how to use blockchain as well, right? Instead of just relying on banks such as Capitec and stuff, which have like higher costs and stuff. So what the app provides is for people to just go there and be able to purchase certain services from different kinds of vendors using the blockchain, stable coins, right? And yeah, okay, it's here. So at this stage, it's gonna be prompted to connect to their wallet, and we have like different kinds of wallet, but for the purpose of demonstration, we chose the MetaMask wallet because it was by far the easiest to work with given the amount of time we had for this hackathon. So it's gonna connect to the MetaMask wallet, and it's gonna open a window down here to have the user to confirm that it is indeed them who is trying to connect to the wallet. Okay. Yeah, So once the wallet has been connected, then the app will be able to pull data from the MetaMask wallet and will in turn allow the user to make payments through the wallet that they have connected, right? So yeah, as you can see, it's gonna click pay. And yeah, after the transaction was successful, you can see a summary of details here, including where the ID for the transaction, which lives on the blockchain. And if you click the link, it will take you to see the transaction on the blockchain on Celo, which is how it is intended. But for the sake of, because we didn't have as much time, we couldn't implement more stuff. But given if we were to have more time, we would actually go into improving this further to allow users to have more than one wallet connections and different kinds of tokens, aka the stable coins, right? To offer flexibility in that sense. Okay, thank you.
Awesome project. We'll just give it a minute and check in and see if our judges are ready.
Great job, guys.
Thank you.
Very cool to see that you've thought through this problem very well. I think you spent a lot of time talking about the problem, which I think is the right thing to do, to be honest. I am curious to hear from your perspective what you think the biggest friction point would be for your users, merchants, essentially, to adopt this platform.
I believe this tech is new, right? Blockchain is new. So I believe for them it would take some exposing and educating them to this new tech. I mean, they're already using banks, but banks have made it easy. So it would be a thing of us educating them. And I believe it would be easy for them to adopt the system, but I believe they would want to have cash back since they are informal traders. So I believe that's where the friction would be off-ramping.
That was going to be my biggest question is what's the plan for off-ramping?
For off-ramping, the best idea we had was to partner up, look for partnerships, and find a way to off-ramp, be it Luno, be it Binance. But we were still brainstorming as to how we would work around off-ramping. But that was our biggest challenge that we foresaw.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Cool. I really, really like it. I think Scalar said, like, the fact that you guys relatively did market research and understand the financial problem of this problem you're kind of trying to solve. Like you said, 960 million? Or
900 billion.
Oh, 900 billion,
Around,
sorry,
yes.
billion. Yeah, it kind of shows how big this current problem is, and I think there's actually a lot of potential, and I do kind of want to see this hit the market, so my approach is going to be a bit more of question-based and recommendation-based. So first of all, I saw at the beginning there was a Gmail sign-in option, and then later on it was your standardized wallets, because you guys mentioned you're going through this process of educating users how to utilize it. But one of the biggest problems we tend to face when creating a company in Web3, it's especially in Africa, when people are relatively forced to use something because there isn't something that's not being relatively delivered to that set user or group, kind of cancelling out that complexity would go a long way. So utilizing something like Privy. So with Privy, for instance, you can set everything up through an email, a phone number, even your standardized wallet, because I was very impressed at the beginning. It's like, oh, like you guys thought about it, you're just doing like a simple Gmail sign up. And then I saw all the problems regarding adding the wallet, and that's where you're going to start losing a lot of users. And as Kayla also mentioned, on and off ramping, I would also recommend looking at partnering with a remittance service. So essentially integrating that directly into the platform. So if someone is based in South Africa and they want to essentially send money to their family in Zimbabwe, that will also like really add a great, I guess, a UPS correlation to it. But outside of that, another couple of things I would recommend adding is also just a standardized invoicing option. Seeing that this is targeted to SMEs and small businesses that aren't really registered, but when they do get to that process, that financial data history will essentially help a lot moving forward when they do want to take out a loan. And for context, banks and accounting firms, you have to go to a very, very specific accounting firm at the end of the day if you want to do crypto-based invoicing to essentially go through the public ledger and see what has actually been utilized at the end of the day. So those are all areas of relevant concern, but I do think there is a lot of potential over here, and not just essentially correlating this to like townships, but like general SMEs as well. So I must say, I like the fact that you guys thought about this, and like this is an actual problem that I think not just Africa has, but the globe has. But if you guys can work on this and sort of those small little things, you guys can go, like, in my personal opinion, very far. You might have a couple of users in the next 6 to 8 months if you can fix those problems, and then see where it takes you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I share the same sentiments as Jordan. First of all, I like the name, Kasipay. I think it sounds good on the tongue. Like, I think as a brand, you can probably go far with that. I think the company or team that gets this right are going to be like multimillionaires. I do foresee this as being a segment in the market that traditional business are struggling to get into. So it is, if you do get the adoption right, where you get the users on board, I can foresee that in the current, like, obviously you had a day or two to get this thing up, but there seems like still a bit of friction to get like the everyday user who's using cash to adopt all and understand blockchain, get their own account. I think if you can limit that friction from them getting onto the platform and also their side, I think you can slowly get that adoption. But if you want to go through with this, you need to like really put yourselves out there and like harass vendors to like, hey, try this. I think also in a stickler point potentially is also because it's low value goods, especially if you are starting out in the Kasi. If you're only buying something for 10 Rand, then that fee could also be a bit of an issue. Also, in my opinion, maybe rethink the USD and try to get a ZAR stablecoin so that your 10 Rand item matches with a 10 Rand stablecoin. Because with the fluctuations of the USD and ZAR, ZAR is actually doing quite well compared to the dollar. So if you bought dollars 2 months ago, you're actually poorer now because the Rand's doing well. So I think for them, they want to see that parity of like stablecoin Rand and my products are in Rands. And then there was something else as well. Oh yes, Jordan also mentioned it. I think this data, a lot of the financial institutions lack this. They want to give loans to the informal sector, but they don't have the data to prove it. There's a lot of companies out there like Jumo and stuff who does all sorts of data science and decision science to kind of extract credibility, your credit score, right, out of data. But if you have transactional history, like you can also get data out of this from your users, because it seems like you do want people to create users. You can partner up with like financial institutions and like have big partnerships with them. Yeah.
Cool. Cool project, guys. The informal sector is untapped, guaranteed. So speaking from experience with friends of mine that stay in Kaya, Langa, I don't see a technical solution here that can't be solved. The problem I think that you currently have is going to be explanation and adoption. You know, auntie and granny is not going to know what go on here, right? So from the friction point, definitely merchant. From a design perspective, 3 clicks or less. Anything longer than that is going to push your potential customer to a potential competitor who has it easier, simple, and the cost to serve is low. From your tech stack, can you tell me what it is that you're thinking about in terms of your tech, your underlying infrastructure? Where do you want to host? How would you, if you got funding today, right? How would you take this from where it is now to something that can compete against the Gum3s, right? Which does have the ability of customer protection as part of sales, right? And how would you scale this up to get you into a room with Luno or Valor or any one of those partners? Because at the moment, I see a lot of friction point, and the technology, the underpinning technology is okay, but you're going to have to market this or position this in a way that looks very attractive. So can you tell me a bit more of the underlying tech and what exactly you are thinking to reduce your cost to serve, make it more profitable, and also reduce the complexity when you do go to these merchants?
I would start off with okay. Thank you all for the suggestions that you have had and the questions that you have presented to us, and they are shedding some light in terms of like what we have missed while developing this idea and the software, right? So to answer your question, I would start off with saying that some of us in our team are still new to blockchain, right? These are some of the solutions that when we were doing our research, given the time that we were presented with, it's just what we found to be best at the time. And it was only later till yesterday that I discovered there was a stablecoin for ZAR, but then it was too late to make changes then, right? So, like I said, thank you so much for the suggestions. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for the suggestions that you are presenting, and the question you are asking is very important to us, and I think it is something that we will actually take our time to look into and actually do the research to do more, so that we can do like more optimization in terms of like competitors and keeping our users satisfied with our products. I don't know if one of you wants to add to that.
I think you pretty much covered big part of the question. In terms of approaching the vendors, I think the best strategy from us would be to approach the vendors that are more tech savvy, that they're trying to build their own businesses, but more tech savvy. I think that would be the goal. And also those who have like your saloons, your barber shops. So there's a lot of young people who also have these businesses. So it would be to start with them as our target market, and then expand from there. And then they can also relay the solution to other informal traders. So that's how I would think. Yeah.
Well, everyone has their own biases and narratives.
Yeah.
You guys are going to need to focus a lot on things like account abstraction, and sadly, but like hiding the Web3 layer of it.
Yeah, true.
So utilizing in the backbone, even when you're speaking to a tech-savvy user, they might have their own opinions about Web3. So when approaching this and revisiting the board, you guys really might need to hide the Web3 technical part behind closed doors, sadly. So, but hey, that's what sells nowadays. So that's how you get acquired by BlackRock and JP Morgan. So, yeah.
Thank you so much.
One more. This is just technical feedback. Again, blockchain is great, but it sounds like you want to build a platform where you've got the users and the merchants. So not every transaction needs to potentially be on blockchain. Like you can use blockchain as your highway and your kind of the way how you settle at the end, but you can still do clever accounting in between. So you don't necessarily need to take a fee every time someone pays. And again, to abstracting the Web3, if you do get to maturity enough, you could do your own somewhat accounting and transaction history behind so that you can only maybe settle your people at the end of the day. Because depending if they opt into it, like I think it's still nice for that immediate settlement, you get the money, but potentially if you accept payments and you're happy to accept your money at the end of the day, then you can reduce a lot of the transaction fees because if you pay me 10 Rand and I just write a note to say you owe me 10 Rand, that's going to cost me nothing really. Like there's almost no transactions fee. That's pure profit for you guys. And then at the end of the day, it's like you've got the list of who needs to be paid and then you just settle them accordingly. So you don't even need to do every transaction on blockchain. If you do own the user and you know that, okay, this address belongs to someone at gmail.com, you know, okay, we can settle them at the end. So there's potential optimizations in future as well to reduce the cost of transactions and even better for the customer and merchant.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Okay, guys, come on in. Join us. Hello. Welcome. Hey. Good to see you, bro. All righty. Okay, so let's keep it moving. Let's get the next project. Is Payc in the house? Payc is virtual? Okay. Expendi. All right. Avalot. Okay. A Freezy Pay Protocol. Alrighty. StreamPay. Okie dokie. Keeping it moving. We've got offline bridge, excuse me. Are you here? Are you ready? Let's do this. I'm sorry? Offline bridge.
Good morning, everyone.
Cool. So, okay. So, name of the company and the team? Offline bridge. Did you find it? All right. Awesome. You want to take the headphones off? There we go. Okay, so we're going to expedite this a little bit. I want to make sure that we get in as many as we can before lunch. So we're going to try to keep this to your presentation to 5 minutes, or your pitch to 5 minutes. Okay. The timer, we've got a timer coming up. Okay. All righty. So please introduce yourself and your project.
All right. My name is Daniel Wachuku. I'm the CTO for the team Offline Bridge. This is quite tense because I just got into South Africa this morning. Yeah.
That's
so
yeah. Perfect timing.
So yeah, I haven't really had time to make up the pitch deck. My team even didn't submit on time yesterday. They had to submit a draft this morning because I was communicating with you. So I will just outline what the thing is. Okay, I think on day one of the speakers was talking about decentralized stuff, and then someone in the audience made mention of how does he make his grandma or aunt be participants of the blockchain technology since they have dumb phones, and that is where we come in. So offline bridge is linking that bridge, whereby you don't really need to know about blockchain, but you can participate in it through USSD codes. So firstly, to create an account or to have a wallet address, you can have a wallet address from your phone number just by dialing a USSD code, and then it generates a wallet for you. And we are using it on Base It because of its speed and less gas cost. That's one feature. Another feature is the ghost account creation for virality. Okay, so from Nigeria, where I'm from, we have this microfinance bank we call OP money points. Most of the times, you don't need to be a known user of their bank account, but if someone send money to that your phone number, it gets created, and that is how offline bridge works. So I don't need to know your wallet address. I can just quickly remember your phone number and send something to that phone number. Now, you as a receiver you get notified that, oh, you received so from someone. Please dial this to release an account. But then someone might come and be like, okay, so where is the account protection, all that kind of thing. Now we are using symmetric cryptography for now, but later on we have to like go into deep zero knowledge proof instead. But for the MVP, we just use asymmetric cryptography, whereby we're using a single key to encrypt their private keys. So even if someone gets it, the only way they can actually, like for now, which is the MVP, is if they have that encryption key. So that encryption key is what we use to encrypt the private key and decrypt it. But the user is the person that can decrypt it, where when they're setting their accounts, we require them to put a PIN that they can use. So I could be like, okay, for me, if I want to send money now, my PIN is 1234. So that 1234 acts as the thing that calls the encryption key to decrypt it, so it signs the transaction for the person. And I think I'm not missing any other parts. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so the judges are kind of getting set. Can you tell us a little bit about where you're from?
Okay, from Nigeria, Imo State. I will say I'm a graduate because my convocation is like next month or next 2 months, depending on when my school wants to do the convocation. I just finished computer science at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I've been writing code since 2018. I'm well versed in front-end, back-end, smart contracts. I dabble a bit on ML, but I don't like seeing charts. So, yeah.
Okay. All right, judges, are you guys ready? Okay, here we go. Do you want to talk through the app experience? Can we get that for you?
I wasn't the one that did this. It was my teammate, and he didn't get it completely. He just did something this morning.
Okay. Well, can you describe as much as you can based on what we have here?
All right, so this is just the front-end view. So it's like the other parts of the application. The major goal is the USSD part, where we are using Africa Stocking Sandbox to simulate that. But the first part you saw is like our dashboard, whereby you can come in, because people might be like, oh, I want to like see this stuff. I wouldn't just depend on this. So the front-end part is just like a visual representation of what your account is and all. So from here, he's going to create an account with this new number. So once you dial that code, welcome to Offline Bridge, create wallet, and then you type 1, send, set the 4-digit PIN. Yeah, wallet created, address this PIN set, dial again to transact. So currently the wallet doesn't have any base hit, so I guess that's where the guy stopped. So you could check balance, send money, withdraw. So currently your balance is 0 hits. So yeah, I think that's where the video stopped. I think so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. So thanks for flying in, dude. This is brilliant. Because you've tied to USSD, right? You have to have an agreement with the MNO, right? So how do you foresee this scaling out of just Nigeria? Because the same MNOs operate in Kenya, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire. Like there's a lot of them that are cross-border, cross-boundaries.
Okay, in terms of scaling, like getting more customers, I feel like this model on its own grows spontaneously because our customers are marketers. once they send money to a new contact, they get registered on the offline bridge. They register fully, they become. So I just feel like that solves that virality kind of thing whereby we get customers. So our customers are like, per se, the marketers.
I think the question was more around the MNO and the agreements that you're going to have with them, like Airtel, what's the other one? MTNs everywhere.
Okay, for the telecom service. All right. For now, but in terms of going into scale, for the MVP, we just we'll be using Africa's token. So, but the thing is that for these different telecom service, it's tied to what Africa's token charges per those telecom service. So, moving forward, where we tend to like generate, these funds to maintain that stuff is from number one, the offline withdrawal. We take a percentage of what they want to withdraw. Now, for the internal transfers, whereby internal transfers is when I want to like transfer to a contact on my phone or on my phone contact list. We wanted to make it such that we are not like trying to suck out the living hell out of our customers. So we try to make the internal transactions to be gas-free. But when they want to like withdraw off-ramp off-ramp is going to come later on. Like off-ramp or just withdrawing to an external wallet, we take a percentage and that will be used to sustain the services.
Yeah, I was never in the negotiating rooms myself, but I know the mobile network operators are very defensive over their M-Pesa, which is similar, and they'll protect that arm and nail. So I can foresee this eating into that market. So I think if you can get yourself in a room to partner with them or somehow, because this solves everything that Web3 is struggling to do, it's like adoption. A lot of the people use USSD, it's easy, it's free, but they're using the rails of the mobile network operators who has connections with the FSPs and banks in certain countries, and they make a lot of money out of it. You'd need to find out, like, get this. You need to be in the room to kind of get this. But if you get that right, again, this is a winning formula.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I really, really like this. Signature from Nigeria. I don't know if you've ever heard of Azza or use Azza.
Yes.
Yeah, so having worked very closely with them a couple of months ago, how do you view yourself as like a competitor to them in a sense for it? Because I know it's relatively similar to approaches. Like for them, their whole thing is being the most accessible neobank, relatively speaking, where they operate fully through WhatsApp. Do you see this as an opportunity to kind of potentially feed into their revenue stream? I know it's a completely different approach, but there are overlapping similarities. So I would love to know, do you view them as a competitor moving forward, or?
I don't really view them as a competitor, but I feel like if this grows big, I foresee a massive collaboration that could spark up something.
Okay, cool. No, because that is exactly my thought as well. Like, it's someone to essentially communicate with in the future, seeing there's a lot of overlap on the relative approaches of how both of you tend to go about these types of things. But yeah, it's very, very interesting. I do want to know, what are your approaches on scaling into different markets in South Africa? So currently, most likely just focused being on Nigeria right at this time. But how would you approach moving towards South Africa or Kenya? I know it's Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya, which are, relatively speaking, the three core areas of Web3 adoption in Africa. Then you have like Ghana and like Rwanda. But just speaking of those three, what would be the next market you're going to be hitting?
All right, so I would say the model on its own is agnostic to any country in Africa, because the way we foresaw it before building it is that, this can work in any parts of Africa, based on the country code. So right now I'm beating myself inside because I made a video prior to show that someone in Kenya can send someone in Nigeria, but I can't start doing that with my laptop right now. But using Africa's token is more like this global stuff whereby we can channel that stuff. But where it can come in play is the fact that inter-country transactions, these telco services might want to, because coming into South Africa, I couldn't even call my mom from my MTN line here, which is weird. So currently it's country agnostic. It can work from, when we tested it on the sandbox, it worked perfectly.
I completely get it, but I would love to know your relative go-to-market approach for each specific region.
All right. Starting first, because we wanted to start with our major study case for this project was Nigeria and Kenya. Now, why these two countries? We see massive crypto interactions from these two countries. But the thing is that those massive contributions are saying there, crypto is accessible, it's global. Sorry, crypto is global, but not completely accessible to people that have dumb phones. So we are going to come in from that aspect, whereby, we meet someone who has maybe a Nokia 33050. You don't really need to know about blockchain.
Yeah.
All you know is that your money is moving and you're seeing your money. So we'll come through that approach. We'll tell them that, this is just like, it's not really like your go-to, but it's like a backup plan. Because for instance, whereby, you could get stuck in a remote area, it will be easy for you to get funds out to someone else.
No, I completely get that point, but moving forward, if you do want to essentially approach this, I do potentially recommend looking towards like a go-to-market strategist or co-founder or very go-to-market heavy team member, because essentially each region approaches it very differently. So, like for instance, our adoption rate in South Africa out of the big three is lower compared to Nigeria and Kenya, but over here we take things on a bit more of a different approach. I know, for instance, all the more global approach applications in Nigeria, that has relatively a lot more hype and adoption over there compared to over here. Founders over here I always say we're building the relative boring things, but it's a very different market compared to both. So it's something I would recommend looking into in the future.
Thank you.
Just a little side quest quickly. What does blockchain solve in this scenario that something like UMA, UML, or M-Pesa? So let's say M-Pesa partners with UML, right? You're aware of what UMA or UML is, right?
Sorry?
Are you aware of what UML or UMA is?
UML. Yeah, I know what UML are.
The unified money platforms, right?
Yeah.
So email as currency. Right? So how would you, what does your product fundamentally solve by having a blockchain layer?
Okay. I'm going to come through two approaches. Now, the first one is those who already know about blockchain, right? Now, just a little backstory. What led to this project was an issue I had. I wanted to check out the W3Node sites, but for some reason, my network service went out, but I know I had data subscription, so I had to dial *3 something to just check I'm wait, hold on. This can be like a backup plan if I'm stranded somewhere and I need to push money to someone. I could easily create a USSD code for that. So that is one aspect. Another aspect, like I said, from the day one or day two, where someone asked how his grandma or his grand aunts could participate in the blockchain. They already used to type in numbers on their phones, so it would be easier for them to get into it. They don't really need to know much more. At least knowing that, this is a currency. They know what currencies are. They know currency, buy, sell, transfer. That is okay. But they can participate but don't know much about it. So that is the two aspects or the two approaches that we are following.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. So this is a part of the payment presentations where we're going to shift to all of the virtual submissions. So for the virtual attendees that are watching this live stream, what we're going to do is we are going to allow for the judges to rank and deliberate, and at that point, any QA that is relevant will be addressed. Sound good? All right. So let's get into it.
Team, and I'll be demoing our P2P exchange here. For this demo, I'll be creating a new account and verifying my account, my Nigerian BVN and NIN, after which I'll be funding the account with 1,000 Naira just for this test from my external wallet. As you can see, you have that 1,000 Naira switched to the Cello testnet and then decided to get some token from the Cello faucet. Here is us waiting for the token to be sent to the provided wallet address, and yeah, it should be done soon. Yeah, and we're done now. As you can see, you have the 0.3 Cello in the account, and now we can proceed to put a request for 100 USDT using 1,000 Naira at the exchange rate of 10 Naira per USDT. I know that is outlandish, but this is just for test purposes. Yeah, as you can see, we have a 0.5% commission for all transactions and requests added to the platform. So I'll just proceed to log out since this request has been added so that I can use another account to get a counter request to fulfill this initial request. As you can see, I have 100 USDT here, and I proceed to put that up for the 1,000 with the 0.5 commission. That's why you see 9.95. After that, as you can see, we received the 9.95, and definitely the other user has received their 99.5. We'll just proceed to confirm that. So as you can see, this other user got their own request fulfilled also, so everyone is happy. I'll just proceed to transfer the funds I added initially out of this application, and then I'm transferring to my OPay account. From this particular demo, I forgot to record when I finally got the hang of it. You can see that I was trying to transfer 9.95, even though the fee was supposed to be 30.75. After much time, I was able to transfer 9.50, as you can see in that particular transaction, and the 1,000 Naira was the initial transfer made to the wallet. So as you can see, we are up and running and good to go. Thank you very much.
For this project. Okay, so let's get started. Have you ever imagined Imagine as a developer or a creator in Africa, you're trying to pay for subscriptions like Xflow or Replit Pro, and there is no way. It's always kind of frustrating. Sometimes our cards fail us, dollar limits blocks us, virtual cards requires KYC, which actually delays our payment process. Even when the money is there, the payment just doesn't go through. Okay, so my team and I, we came up with a solution called PayEase. And PayEase lets users pay for global tech subscription using USDC or Base without cards, without banks, and without sharing passwords. Okay, now we're going to this. So this is the landing page. We're not going through this now. Let's start the main thing. Okay, so right now, for the purpose of this video, we'll be going for X Blue. So this is the platform that we are going for. Okay, so we pick a plan monthly or yearly. Okay, so we input our name. So let's just use any name for now, maybe Faith or something. So we continue, and this is the summary where the user sees a clear summary of the fee and the total amount and the name he or she is paying for. So now, for the purpose of this video, or for the purpose of this demo, okay, for the purpose of this demo, we are simulating the on-chain payment in production, and this step is handled by a base USDC listener. So this is what we have for now. This is everything as fast as it is, and thank you for watching. Simulating the on-chain payment in production, and this step is handled by a base USDC listener. So this is what we have for now. This is everything as fast as it is, and thank you for watching. Simulating the on-chain payment in production, and this step is handled by a base USDC listener. So this is what we have for now. This is everything as fast as it is, and thank you for watching. Simulating the on-chain payment in production, and this step is handled by a base USDC listener. So this is what we have for now. This is everything as fast as it is, and thank you for watching. Simulating the
Hi, I'm Yana Mc. And this is Keable. We are building a secure hybrid escrow solution specifically designed for African SMBs, tackling the payments and stablecoins trap. The core problem in African commerce is a massive trust deficit. Vendors fear non-payment and customers fear non-delivery. This high transaction risk creates friction that stops small businesses from growing. PeerVault bridges this gap. We use a hybrid escrow mechanism that securely locks funds until service delivery is verified. Crucially, we remove counterparty risk by integrating directly with local African fintech rails. Our architecture combines a Python Flask backend with a simulation of a Safaricom Daraja API. We verify mobile money deposits in real time, creating an immutable activity log that ensures total transparency before any funds are released. Let's see it in action. On the left, I'm a customer looking for a service. On the right is the vendor. The customer initiates a handshake. This isn't just a message, it's the start of a smart contract workflow. The vendor receives the request instantly. They review the requirements and issue a binding quote of 500 rand. This updates the shared vault state. Now the customer accepts. And here is our innovation for this track: programmable money via African rails. Instead of a standard card payment, we integrate with mobile money. When I click Initiate, our backend simulates a call to the Safaricom Daraja API to trigger an SDK push. The system waits for an external confirmation, and once the API confirms the funds are secured, the vault automatically locks. The vendor sees the proof of funds immediately but cannot withdraw them yet. If we check the immutable logs, we can see the specific M-Pesa receipt ID captured here. This provides a source of truth for any disputes. Finally, once the job is done, the customer releases the funds, settling the transaction instantly. PeerVault is currently a hybrid prototype, but our roadmap includes replacing the backend with a smart contract for full decentralization. We are making secure, programmable money accessible to everyone in Africa. Thank you.
My name is Dennis, and I will kick quickly take you through the version of Expendi that this new feature we're implementing, whereby you can be able to handle recurring payments. So the goal of Expendi is to be able to help you manage your finances. So this is more or less like M-Pesa Ratiba, where you can now do like things like standing orders. So what you do is you sign in. First of all, connect your wallet, then sign in. So with signing in, we can now be able to manage your account. If you have like subscriptions, you can view analysis of your spending. You can add like recipients, do transactions. So over here, what we have right now is the ability to add recipients. So people can be, you can be able to add, let's say, your landlord, name of your school, or someone you'll be sending a payment to. So the kind of subscription we're supporting is right now you can schedule like a payment, so to a specific wallet address, or you can even schedule a subscription to a mobile number. So we are utilizing Pretium from solution to be able to do the payments. So what you do, for example, in this case is you can decide to schedule, let's say, like a rent payment, which you're going to send to a specific wallet address. So let's say with this, we can add a wallet address over here. We can have a test amount. So we are utilizing base what we call spend permissions. So base are utilizing with the new, there's a new ERC that allows an app that gives an app the ability to spend on behalf of the user. So Base has integrated this feature and it enables us to utilize spend permissions. So I'm going to sign a message, allow Expendi to spend the funds on behalf of me when that time arrives. So we have like a cron job that we run. So the description is created, and once the scheduled job is created, basically we create like a scheduled cron job that runs. So when that period reach, the subscription is usually, the amount will be paid automatically. So we're enabling this recurring payments. So you can think of it like a standing order. For example, like in a bank, where you can set it and pay monthly payments and easily without hassle. So that is what we built for this hackathon. Thank you.
Okay, hello there. Hello there. My name is Benedict Ochai, and I'm representing team. Okay, hello there. Hello there. My name is Benedict Ochai, and I'm representing team Pacey, and which is participating in the W3Node Hackathon. And basically, Pacey is a financial solution created for both crypto newbies and crypto natives. So basically, a summary of what Payc is, it's a financial solution that combines the speed of modern messaging and the power of global banking to give users easy access to crypto and also simplify sending crypto assets as and making it as easy as sending files in between two people. So we are basically leveraging the power of the blockchain to make this more efficient and better than current applications, current banking applications. So the problem here is that transfers are slow and expensive. Um, Most people, while sending and receiving money, they lose a, a reasonable amount of their money being sent to fees. Secondly, is that crypto is too complex for newbies who are coming from the Web2 side. So when you talk about copying long wallet addresses or interacting with a seed phrase, they have issues with that and feel it's too complex. So they tend not to even interact with crypto. And thirdly, cash can be inconvenient sometimes, especially when you are moving from different countries. So when you go to a different country and you need to change cash, the process can be sometimes very stressful. And I'm going to be showing you in a minute how we are solving this problem. So the solution basically, Payc is trying to bridge the gap between Web 2 and Web 3, that is traditional banking and the digital future, which is Web 3. And we are hiding all the complex jargons of the blockchain behind a user-friendly um, interface for people to use. So one of the things is that we are giving freedom of currency. So we within the listed African countries, we have users will be able to swap their local currency to USDC easily, and in that way protect their money from inflation. Second, zero typing payments. We want to make payments as easy as sharing files. So basically, the user does not need to ask for QR codes or wallet addresses, but just needs to tap their phone and send money to the another user. And instant settlement. By leveraging the power of the blockchain we are currently using, which is SUI, we are enabling payments to be instant. And I'm going to be explaining more on this. So basically, how PC works, I have two users here. One is Nandifa, who wants to protect her money against inflation. She basically opens PC, deposits some money, and swaps that money to USDC, and now her money is hedged against inflation. And we have David, who wants to send money to Mike, and wants to make it very easy, very fast. What he does, he opens PC and uses the NFC feature, taps it, and within a beep, Mike receives the launch money that David is trying to send. So the key features is that, like I earlier mentioned, the airdrop for money, the NFC features. Like I stated earlier, we're trying to make sending and receiving crypto as easy as sending files in between two people. The second feature is that we are bridging the gap between fiat to crypto by allowing users to easily swap their money. And thirdly, stablecoin integration. Stablecoins are becoming a big meta in the crypto space, and we are trying to leverage that to onboard more people into the crypto ecosystem. So the market is quite big. We are targeting digital natives and people who want to hedge their money against inflation, and SME merchants. In this SME merchants part, we will be serving vendors who want to accept crypto payments but don't have the POS hardware for it. So the person does not necessarily need to buy a Bitcoin POS before he can receive crypto using NFC technology, but with his or her phone, they can receive crypto. And the opportunity is quite big. In sub-Saharan Africa, about more than 8% of money gets taken out of the user. In PC, what we're aiming at is less than 1%. So why PC? Why now? The smartphone penetration is on the increase. So we are trying to leverage the power of the smartphone in people's hands to provide a better solution. Secondly, the rise of faster blockchains. Like I said, we are using SUI to make our transactions faster and better and far cheaper than current banking infrastructure. And thirdly, people are tired of interacting with crypto apps and storing seed phrases. So we are making the app as simple as their normal banking app so that they can easily interact with crypto. So the business model, basically, we are going to be charging commissions from swaps, and also we are going to be charging merchant fees for people who want to integrate PayC into their businesses. So basically, PayC will allow users to shop with crypto. So why we win? These are the three reasons why we win. We are using NFC UX to make the UX more seamless. ZK login, which is going to allow users be able to create crypto wallets with their email address or their Facebook or Twitch accounts. Then we are bridging using the power of local fintech. Borderless DeFi nature. We're integrating Kotani Pay into our application, which is going to make it easy for users to be able to convert their crypto to cash. So we're a team of students who are interested in building helpful solutions, and this is the team. Fortune is the one who handled the front end. Michael worked on the back end and smart contract, and I worked on the design aspects. The future of payments is contactless, and you should be part of it, and you should be part of what PC is building. And thank you for listening to this speech.
Welcome to what I built during the hackathon. So I built a no loss raffle during this hackathon, and this is the project. So first of all, I'll demo it. So on a quick demo, the admin side, I am not done building yet, so I'll demo it from the contracts ABI on optimism scan. So all right, let me create. I'm creating a raffle. So creating a raffle. So this new one, let me call test, and then let me do the duration 500 seconds, 5,000 seconds, which will approximately be day in over so that tomorrow when I'm demoing it, I can demo it. And I write a contract. I confirm it. Okay, good. So after confirming, it appears here that this is the raffle. So I want to enter the raffle. So I'll click on enter raffle. And then the price I want to enter is as cheap as zero point 0.1 USDT on Optimism. And then I click on enter. So what I will do is, first of all, I'll have to confirm for access to my USDT. And then after the transaction goes through successfully, later I also come again for them to deduct 0.1 USDT from my account to the raffle. Oh, okay, so 5,000 seconds is more like 1 hour, something minutes. Okay, that's cool. So this raffle that has taken place, this USDT that has taken place, that has been taken from my account will actually be sent to an RV, and then it will be used as a lending pool for their lending pools. And after the lending pool has been worked on, and then the money has been used to lend, the interest that will come, that's what we are going to do the raffle on. So everybody will get their principal back, but then the interest will actually go to one person. So that's the whole concept of this no loss raffle project that I did. So thank you very much. I just refreshed. So you can see everything here. So it comes here 0.1, the one that I deposited. And yeah, this is it. So thank you very much. I'll continue on tomorrow when done.
Hi, I'm Miracle, and this is my submission for the Node Engine Hackathon. I built StreamPay, a gasless micropayment streaming infrastructure that lets anyone pay per second for content without gas fee, subscriptions, or minimum charges. So an example I can use is Substack or Medium. Imagine scrolling through Medium and you see an article you want to read, but then you hit a paywall. They want $5 minimum, or you have to subscribe to a $15 per month for just one article. So it's like if you want to pay a writer 50 cents for their article, you can't, because credit card charge 20 cents plus 3% in fee. So that 50-cent payment actually costs 83 cents. The writer gets 50 cents. The credit card company gets 33 cents. That's insane. And in crypto, gas fees are like $1 to $2. So now paying $1 to $2 to send someone 50 cents. So I built StreamPay to unlock this. Writers can charge per articles. Tutorials creators can charge per minute. API service can charge per call. For this demo, I'm going to be using an article, but same can apply to live streaming, video, tutorials, and all. This widget here is the core of StreamPay. It works for any use case. Timer counting up, pay per seconds consumption, real-time spending tracker, deposit balance showing the remaining funds, etc. Now, on the creator side, whether you are a blogger, a course instructor, or an API provider, the dashboard tracks all your earnings and display it to you. Lastly, StreamPay is built on Bit Sepolia with Bitconomy account abstraction for gasless transactions, the graph for real-time indexing, and custom smart contracts for trustless streaming. Articles are just the demos. This infrastructure enables pay per seconds for anything tutorial, API calls, live streaming. Better. Thank you.
to step to the stage and say hi. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause. Come on, guys. Everybody. Okay. Try this one.
Testing, testing. Hello, hello, everyone. And hello to those of you who are joining us online. Sorry, there's a delay. Hello? Much better. Cool. My name is Kayla Haley, and I'm the founder and CEO of Node Engine, which this is the hackathon that we're hosting and putting on for everyone. So thank you for being here. Thank you for submitting your projects. I think we had over 600 people who registered for this hackathon, and we have, Alan, how many projects did we have submitted? About 55 projects that got us to the finish line and actually submitted. So thank you so much for your all's hard work. And I'll hand it off to Jordan.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Super happy to be here. So I'm Jordan Burgess. I'm an accelerated program associate at CVVC. So essentially judging a bit more on the business side of everything of the ventures you potentially look to start. So just a relevant background on how we relatively tend to approach it. We're Swiss Pitch Venture Capital arm with a relevant big focus towards Africa. We've essentially launched a new micro fund that is dedicated to Africa worth around $20 million. So we have been in the market since about 2017 and just looking to see what opportunities are available, and you never know, we might sign a next check towards you.
Hi everyone, so I'm Carl Patience, officially 95. I'm a principal software engineer and also engineering manager. And then on the side, I'm a very blockchain and Web3 crypto enthusiast. Jody and I run some projects in our spare time, but it's kind of it's where my passion really lies. 95, I do apply my skill sets, but I'd really like to venture more into the crypto side. Yeah.
Hi everyone, it's Jody. I think Kyle buried the lead. We run one of the largest marketplaces for crypto payments, BitDials, BitCars, BitSky, allowing you to travel, concierge services. So if you have your spare time, you can go have a look. We also host and manage our own payment gateway, which is Color Crypto. Payment gateway, split settlement. So if you guys want to pick our brain, please feel free. We also have background in big tech. I come from Amazon as a background. We've also been part of or led the project that redesigned ShopRite's money market, which some of you have probably used to send money home. So we have a vast knowledge in payments in the industry. We've also built multi-sig contracts. We've deployed contracts on the blockchain, played with Polygon, EVM, you name it, layer 2, ZK rollups. So the knowledge that we've gained in this industry is massive. But the African market, I think, is underserved. So we joined this conference as guests just to see what's happening. And then we spoke a bit too much, and now we're judging you guys. So, yeah. So afterwards, if anybody want to come and have a chat and pick our brains, happy to share. And yeah, thanks for having us.
Beautiful. Okay, so we are going to get started on our next track. This track is identity and security. And I'd like to welcome to the stage the Peoples.
Okay, so hi everyone. Our name is The Peoples, and our solution to the blockchain is a decentralized library.
Hello everyone, my name is Ndumiso. So our project is called Dictionary, which is a dictionary that lives on the blockchain.
Okay, so the way we go by doing this and our strengths is that we upload pages to the blockchain. What we call pages are literal pages like you would have on a website, but then we then upload them to the blockchain where you have your words, descriptions, and so on. And we also leverage a bunch of code stacks for that. And also we simplify the user interface to allow everyone to upload easily. And also we are like GitHub, meaning that we are open source and open for collaboration. Everyone can upload and everyone can submit their submissions to our blockchain.
Okay, right. So our backend consists of the Fast API, which is fast and seamless. Our front end, we employed React plus Vite. And for our blockchain layer, we used Ethereum virtual machine. As for authentication, we used MetaMask.
Okay, so for authentication, again, we are based on identity and privacy, so we don't collect any user telemetry. And unlike Facebook and other websites, when you log into our website, you don't have to enter your name, surname, and all that. We utilize your crypto wallet as your identification. And in order to facilitate that, we use MetaMask as demonstrated here.
Right. So this is a process of creating a word on the dictionary. The first step would be to access the user interface where you can enter a word, a description, and the language. The second step would be for you to commit. And lastly, you would have to confirm the transaction on your MetaMask profile.
Okay, so again, I'm going to re-emphasize on the decentralized. There are currently existing solutions such as the Internet Archive, where you can submit libraries, documentation, and so on. But those are central. If there's an earthquake in wherever that thing is hosted, that is the end of that archive. Our solution is decentralized. Everyone who joins the network becomes a node. So you are helping to expand the decentralized nature of our blockchain and also its perpetuity.
This is the project overview. So we've already spoken about the tech stack, but quickly again, for our backend, we utilize the Fast API. For our logic, we use EVMs, and for our storage, we use Go storages. Why our project wins? Firstly, it's immutable. As we know, smart contracts are immutable. The velocity, the speed on the blockchain is very fast. And the adoption, cryptocurrency and blockchain is only growing. So the popularity of our dictionary can only grow with time.
Okay, so how do we approach this? So say you have a word, for instance, in your language and you'd like to preserve its definition. You can submit that into a page. And as an individual, you'll upload more and more words, becoming an author, where your Ethereum wallet address is associated with your identity. And if you have 100 words, you then have a stake in the Ethereum blockchain. In the traditional sense, it's whereby you have a certain amount of Ethereum. On our platform, it's when you have an amount of words submitted in your pages. So 100 pages gives you a stake, and we organize that in such a order. And you can search through it and discover words through normal search, filtering, and also popularity. You can also vote on words that are deemed popular. So this helps preserve language and grow new language.
Okay. So now Ethan will take over and do a demonstration.
So, with blockchain technology comes exploring said blockchain. And from the previous keynotes we've experienced in this event, we know the power of a story. And what we are very proud to say is that this service that we are providing, this project that we've made, allows you to tell your story, not just one single story, but the story from many different perspectives. So this is the backend that we'll be demonstrating so that you can see the functions being called intentionally and that it is interacting with our blockchain. So there are different kinds of languages of which words exist, which we can preserve. A great example would be the new language, which is a Khoisan language, which is on its way out, if I can put it that way, but there have been preservation efforts. There's also the great example of Esperanto, which by Dr. Zamenhof created as a means of a channel of world peace so that we can all communicate in a language that is not biased. One that's close to my heart is the Kaaps dialect that has grown at home here in Cape Town. And we have words such as opet and braai. I hope you guys know what that means, otherwise I'm about to show you guys. So we'd go over to the add word section, and I'd like to add the word, and bear in mind if you see an error, I know what's going to happen. So I'm adding the word opet, I'm giving its definition. For the sake of speed, I'm just going to say to be on it. The part of speech is an adverb. The author is any alias that I'd like to use. And the language would be Kaaps. And I'd send that through to the blockchain. And it shows me that there's an error. That is demonstrating the immutability of a blockchain, right? I'm not able to add a word that's already there. But there is a word that I'd like to incorporate, and that's the word solace, to find peace amongst the chaos. And I'm going to go ahead and do that. Solace, to find peace amongst the chaos. That is a noun, and I'll use the same alias, and that is an English word. Likewise, I'll send that through onto the blockchain. It integrates with MetaMask and other Siwe, S-I-W-E, integrated technologies, and I'll use my MetaMask plugin on my browser to confirm the transaction. And there it is, the transaction is completed successfully. Likewise, I can see words that already exist on the blockchain under the has word function. So I am curious about the word opet. I'll hit read, and we'll see that the result is true. Likewise, braai also exists on this blockchain. So if I want to get all the information that we have on braai, I put that into the get word section, read, and it shows braai with the word definition, part of speech, author, and language that we've inputted into the blockchain. In addition to that, it also provides us the timestamp and the wallet address with which it was uploaded. And prospectively, we have a more user-friendly UI because we don't want our users to use the backend. This was intentional to show you the functionality. The functional UI is made with React. It's very animated and responsive to the input that you give it. So you can sign in with MetaMask as well via a very convenient sign-in prompt. And I'll just hit the confirm button again. And through the same methodology in a very user-friendly interface, you can do the exact same thing. And I'm proud to say that that concludes our presentation. Thank you for listening, and I hope you've gained something from it.
Guys, hang out. We're going to have the judges do a little bit quick Q&A. Excuse me. Go ahead. All right, Jordan.
Cool, this is really, really cool. There's a couple of things that pop in my head of how this can be utilized as a central method of proof. Because in the day of AI, like essentially everyone is becoming so reliant on what the AI essentially spews out to me without actually verifying those relevant sources. So if it's languages, it's essentially translating something from English to Afrikaans or Afrikaans to German, it doesn't really matter. But the relevant proof in something like this, where there is a system of, I guess, a community of that subset culture being able to prove it. It's pretty amazing in that concept, but it can also be utilized for just standardized Oracle data in the industry. But the real question is, how are you going to take this to market, and how will you be generating revenue through this approach?
So I had to think deep about that question, and I think my team is very ideologically driven. Sometimes blockchain technology is not always about the money. Sometimes it's a matter of historical preservation or academic venture. This can be used as an analytical tool to study how natural languages grow over time, right? And there's many research organizations that can utilize this to gain funding from interested parties. So it would be a more of an academic venture to gain capital rather than a consumer-interested platform.
Just to also add from what Ethan said, I'd say also joining competitions like this, sometimes it could be daunting to present to a crowd like this, but whenever you sit on an idea, you never know until you try. So I think putting the effort, trying, presenting, getting feedback from leaders like you guys, communicating with groups like ABC, and interacting with people with a higher skill level. Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations on this project. It's very interesting. Similar to Jordan, I had a couple of questions and maybe some recommendations. So I guess the first question I had is, from a business modeling standpoint, do you see this being more of a for-profit or a nonprofit entity?
Okay, so currently it wouldn't be a for-profit, right? But I can see a world where it's used for profit. For example, currently when you ask ChatGPT or whatever AI a question, it is prone to hallucination. So if you were to add someone's studies, for instance, you published a thesis, you could upload it onto our blockchain, and the AI could use that to verify the facts. And it is immutable, so it is impossible to then corrupt that information, because currently what's happening, Elon Musk is making his own Wikipedia, Grokopedia, where he's making facts more for him, right, that promote his agendas and whatnot. So with a blockchain such as this, you can't corrupt that information. So if I upload a thesis, it is there and it is there forever, as stated. And also our platform does have a Git kind of structure to it. So if I submit a word, you can contribute to my word, but it will also show the history of those contributions, not changing my definition of the word.
And I think in that case, the question, so no different than OpenAI, they started off as a nonprofit entity, and through that, they were able to create partnerships with different academic institutions that allowed their model to be educated from. And then they converted, although, it was a bit controversial in how they changed from being a nonprofit to a for-profit entity. But I think similarly, my question is like this, the ramp up towards making sure that your model, I'm assuming you eventually create your own model, has that volume of information that then is a source of truth or a source of confidence, rather, to these other large language models that can be used and verified and trusted because it's on chain.
Gentlemen?
That's a good idea. Just questions more on technical side. Let me just get my, so you're storing it on the blockchain, right? But blockchain itself doesn't allow you to store data on it, especially like words, like they are NFTs, and that would, a non-fungible token that would make your entity unique. Where do you plan to actually store the content?
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier when we were explaining the slides, we are going to utilize the people who join the network to store the information, similar to a peer-to-peer torrenting network, where everyone who joins essentially becomes the storage as well. So because it's fragmented and it's basically everywhere, it cannot be corrupted again, and also, okay, can continue?
And verified.
Thank you.
And I think to that question around storage, because it seems like you have kind of two major problems or products that you're building simultaneously. You have the information that you want to be used for large language models that could essentially be licensed to those platforms. But then separately, there is the storage issue. And so what is your differentiation between existing products on the market, whether that's Filecoin or storage?
Could you kindly repeat the question? More or less the ending of it.
From a decentralized storage standpoint, what's your differentiation between Filecoin or storage?
Okay, so the differentiation between Filecoin and this product is that this makes use of a localized blockchain. It can make use of a testnet, and it can use the on production, the live Ethereum blockchain. What distinguishes it from Filecoin is Filecoin can integrate into the solution. We can make use of agnostic storage-focused solutions on blockchain and integrate it into this decentralized dictionary. So it's not necessarily a competitor, but it is an aspect that we can incorporate, and that is very much something that is on our mind.
It sounds like this product is also direct to customer. Who gives people the authority to own words? So Open Dictionary is a nice community-driven way. It's like you can add your feedback on something. But if you were the first because you know dictionary before anyone else, and you start coining terms, who gives you the authority to own that word?
I would like to answer that question philosophically. Who is the authority on English? So we have Oxford, we have Merriam-Webster, we have many different authoritative bodies that represent our language, right? Then there's the different dialects of English. You are an authority on English. You have your own lexicon. You are an authority on your own language. You have words that mean something to you. Someone else has words that mean something to them. And it's in the joint venture of common words with common meanings that we form a language. It's a peer-to-peer program that happens in human form. So this is an extension of that idea. There's not one authority that defines words, but it is all of us. And we're also looking to introduce almost like a popularity score-based metric where you can track how often used particular words is according to the languages. And that way, you'll be able to define in certain periods of time what is the zeitgeist. So more so than a defined language, what is, for lack of a better word, the slang of the time, the common used words of the time. It's almost like a transformation of language from a version-controlled concept to a living document.
Just to add on that, that's a very good question, because I remember as we were discussing with the team, is that one of the features we'd like to add in the future is scoring a word. So for an example, if Ethan adds the word orbit, I can sort of collab and give a thumbs up to the word and say, oh, I know that word, it is true, its definition is correct. So in due time, we might have users who have a higher score who are trusted, and they are more, how can I say, their viewpoint weighs a bit more than a newbie on the platform.
Am I oversimplifying it by saying it's Open Dictionary with an auditability trace?
That's a very terse and appropriate analogy.
Okay, we've got time for one more comment.
So, cool project. I do see market entry potential, and just thinking about it out loud. One, gamification. I see a benefit of a token attached to this project, giving people ownership of specific words, which they can prove as, I am the originator, so you will own Opit on your platform, which is cool. On the technology side, for Filecoin, thanks for the reference, there's a cost to preserve, right? So what makes this any different than me launching a website, right? Sticking Docker underneath and running it on IPFS?
So what makes it different from registering an IP address on the, I forgot the organization's name, but there is a centralized organization that's in charge of taking care of, I think it's the IETF, Internet Task Force, or I might be mistaken, should look it up or add it to the dictionary. So what makes it different is that it's a collaborative effort. The blockchain is not run by one single node, but many, right? And it essentially takes the power of combined storage and combined knowledge, and it doesn't make it rely on one centralized source. So you'd rely on the IETF to record your IP address, and you'd require a DNS service provider to record your domain name, right? What makes a difference is you don't need a centralized authority if you can provide the gas fees, which you can accrue through proof of stake, not necessarily through money that has to come from your pocket. You can make a grassroots effort to preserve words and to own words, as you mentioned.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give people a round of applause. Okay, guys, you guys can go ahead and take a seat. Alrighty, and I believe the rest of the projects, oh no, we have Ubuntu ID. Please come to the stage. Round of applause, y'all. Okay, so to be considerate of time and for the rest of the projects, we are going to keep pitches and responses from the judges to 7 minutes, okay? And I'll be running a timer over here so you guys can see where we're at.
Hello everyone, how are you? My name is Tando, to join info. It's Avelile. So we are Ubuntu ID. We joined the hackathon late, so we had to do everything fast, but okay. So Ubuntu means I am because we are. So our problem solving, like we wanted to solve a problem like people are repeatedly asked to bring their certified identity documents or submit IDs in institutions, clinics, NGOs. So these IDs, they are stored in emails because some of them you send them via digital platforms, and some of them they're stored in folders, and like, so systems, those systems are not designed to protect people's privacy and their identity data. So this project that we did, Ubuntu ID, is to create privacy risk, is to decrease the privacy risks, and then like to decrease the data leaks, to decrease identity theft, especially in places where you have like limited control over how data is used. So the idea is simple. Our idea is that like, what if institutions could verify identity without ever seeing the actual document and like, or storing that document itself? So Ubuntu ID is going to be a proof of that's possible. So my team member will go through the project.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Avelile.
So here is our platform, Ubuntu ID. So firstly, like why we don't have a login? Because we didn't want to store any personal data. And also, here's how it works. So you choose, there's an upload and then there's a verify side on this platform. So you select an, all right. That's fine. So you upload, you click here to upload the file and then you click register. So what our platform does, it uses cryptographic hashing without storing a user's data, like actual document. So it's like we're storing a fingerprint of that document actually. So we're not actually storing the actual document. So
Mr. Allen, please.
all right. So as you can see, when you upload and then you click register, it will have a cryptographic hash, and then the same document should be uploaded. That's when, like, let's say within code access like my identity. So what will the student do? They will approach Ubuntu ID and then they will submit their document, which is whereby they will verify it like on this option here, because like the initial validation will be done by the trusted issuers like Home Affairs and other trusted institutions. So what we do is focusing on final check after validation is approved. So that like our users or like anyone here in South Africa cannot be asked, cannot be constantly asked for certified ID. And also why blockchain? Blockchain is it's whereby like we don't store like any data. So here on our project, what models that is our file, our ledger. What else? Anything am I missing?
Yeah.
Anything am I missing? All right, then. That's it. That's our MVP, guys, and you're still gonna like make more improvements on it. Yep.
So moving forward for the judges, we'll have to keep it to one comment. Okay.
Cool. One comment. So going quick, first of all, I would relatively recommend expanding just further away from ID. So if it's financial information that you feel sensitive about, that you need to essentially produce into a certain databases out there, because I think we're all very understanding of how CK relatively works. You can prove something without showing something. So IDs is a relevant, good starting point, but it won't be your relative money maker at the end of the day. So something to take aware of, but relatively out of curiosity, what are you essentially charging for a service like this?
So as we say that like we knew about the hackathon late, so we didn't do much research, but like judging from what I seen, what we can do is like charge subscriptions, maybe from institutions. Maybe within code could like subscribe, and then like if they need any verification, they just use the platform for that certain amount of time that they've subscribed for.
Yeah, cool project, guys. I think one of the things we talked about, Craig Reese's talk from Old Mutual on day one, was second order effects. And so many governments are now actually moving away from physical IDs and using facial recognition. So how are you all future-proofing your concept here to account for contactless identification?
For now, I would say this is not like anything that is user account thing. It's just a verification layer which can be used in any system. It's just like we just want you to verify something if you don't have it in physical method. So for future, how they're going to do it, I'll be lying if I tell you I know.
I see potential in like verification in documents, but I think, and maybe you also don't have the answers, but the devil's in the detail, like how you actually go about it, because who verifies a document? So if it's an ID, there are certain like regulatory bodies like SAPS, accountants, they have their stamp and they verify it, and they normally give that verification. So is that where you guys come in? Who does the verification in this case?
Just like we said, like in the beginning, the initial validation is done by trusted issuers. So, like what we focus on is after approval of, yeah.
Cool. Cool. I think this is a relatively cool project, but I'm not sure if it actually solves a real world problem. Like, the reason why I say that, other big tech is already playing in the space, be Meta, all the others, those guys. Right? So the fundamentals of the blockchain is that it's immutable, which is fine, but there is that verification layer, which you're going to have to convince an institution to kind of buy into, and already that's a very saturated environment. Other entities, Amazon, cognitive services, all of those things already have mechanisms to limit or prove identity. So I think it's a novel use case, but I'm worried in terms of how you actually solve an actual problem for a person who is trying to prove their identity when they have no other mechanism available, or when there are so many other mechanisms available. And I guess that also speaks a little bit to the future proofing and whether blockchain is actually solving a problem here or just introducing another layer of complexity.
To answer your question, we know that blockchain, the hash, cryptographic hashing is like immutable because we also used ledger. If the trusted issuer is like the registering part, after registering, you have this hash and you know that you cannot like change it. So by verifying, already the trusted issuer has done that part by verifying and by registering, and like the registration is successful. So any part that has to do with like verifying, that's where we enter. But like the registering part and like making sure that the document was legit, as we said from the get-go, it would be the trusted issuer's job. Hope you answered.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Okay, so the rest of the projects in this track are virtual. So we're going to go ahead and get the very first virtual project started. But first, come on, guys. So for the judges, the next project is Project Probo. That should be the team name as well. And just
Every day, people send money directly to each other. No banks, no refunds, no second chances. Once the money is gone, it's gone. But before you send money, there's one simple question you always ask yourself. Can I trust this address? Right now, that question is hard to answer. Wallet addresses are just Every day, people send money directly to each other. No banks, no refunds, no second chances. Once the money is gone, it's gone. But before you send money, there's one simple question you always ask yourself. Can I trust this address? Right now, that question. Every day, people send money directly to each other. No banks, no refunds, no second chances. Once the money is gone, it's gone. But before you send money, there's one simple question you always ask yourself. Can I trust this address? Right now, that question is hard to answer. Wallet addresses are just long strings of letters and numbers. They don't tell you who's behind them. They don't tell you how they've behaved before. And most tools that exist today are built for developers, not for everyday people. That's where Probo comes in. Probo is a simple trust check for peer-to-peer payments. You paste in an address. Probo looks at how money has moved before, and it gives you a clear trust signal, low, medium, or high. No accounts, no identity checks, no technical knowledge needed. Probo looks at patterns, not people. Things like, does money move between many different people or just a few? Does activity look spread out? Is the address new or has it been active for a long time? From that, Probo gives you a simple summary in plain language explaining what it sees. Not advice, not judgment, just information. And if you want to understand more, Probo can explain the result in simple terms, without technical words, and even in different languages. So whether you speak English, French, Portuguese, or isiZulu, the explanation still makes sense, because trust only works if people actually understand it. For deeper investigation, there's Probo Lens. This is for developers, researchers, and power users who want to explore the full history and connections behind an address. Same data, just a deeper view. In many communities, trust is built person to person. Probo doesn't replace that trust, it supports it. It helps people make informed decisions before sending money they can't get back. Probo helps you check before you send. A simple trust check for peer-to-peer payments. Probo.
key markets. The first cryptographic secure data exchange built for journalists, AI agents, and the truths. What's the first cryptographic secure data exchange built for journalists, AI agents, and the truths. What's the problem? The problem is with traditional whistleblowing. Identity exposure risk, no proof of authenticity, no monetization paths. Traditional platforms require trust, documents can be forged, and whistleblowers take enormous personal risk. 3 markets, 1 protocol. Anonymous monetization. With new whistleblowers, you sell sensitive data without revealing your identity. Journalists, verify discounts, prove outlet affiliation, get cheaper access to authenticated leaks. For the AI agents, autonomous purchasing, inherit journalist discounts via attestations. You buy leaks with X42 payments. The market opportunity are existing landscape gaps. You have secure drops, no payments, no provenance, no AI integration. For WikiLeaks, it's centralized, editorial control, legal liability. On data brokers, no whistleblowers protection, questionable ethics. How ZK market works? You submit with ZK proofs, whistleblower upload data with cryptographic authenticity, guaranteed, dynamic pricing, and also autonomous X42 payments on base. The protocol flow from the client to the server and also back to X42 payments. Yeah, so I'm just going to run down how this works. So this platform, right? So as a producer, you come and submit your proof. So I'm going to just upload a TXT file. Yeah, encrypted locally. So I can then go ahead to upload the nation URL and the secret API key. Then I generate ZK proof. As you can see, I'm connecting to VLAyer to prove this particular proof. And it's going to generate a ZK proof for this particular file. So in just a moment, I will get the ZK proof for this document. A couple of seconds, we get this up. Voila. So we have this published to the marketplace and we have the ZK proof generated, just as you can see. Then I can go ahead to publish to the marketplace. So I can set my price as the producer. I can set this to publish. Then it heads down to the marketplace. So my partner is going to continue from here. Yeah.
And as a consumer or journalist, you're a human AI agent, you would go to the marketplace and you buy whatever piques your interest. Let's say you're interested in about the presidential leak, and you can get 50% discount. You are verified. So let's go ahead and try to verify with the Coinbase embedded wallet. We are using wallet here to create a wallet, and then we're using self for the patient, the proof of humanity. So I'm scanning the self on my app, and it's confirming my app here. As you can see that, and then after the verification, my phone is already done, and you can see, oh, voila, and we have the self verification complete on Cello, and also we have the proof to actually swap it on base as well. So this is on Cello, and this is on base. So now that we are a verified human, you can also electrically disclose what you want to share with the marketplace, and afterwards, now you qualify for the verified pricing, so you only have to pay half a cent. So we will purchase, and then since we're already here, you can see that we already log in and 6.98 USDC. And now if we purchase it, it goes through the X402 flow again, and voila, and presented. And here we have our secret leak contents, top secret spike. Go through the X402
Did you know that there are about 1 billion health-related sessions on Google daily? When people get symptoms, most of them turn to Google or ChatGPT to figure out what's wrong with them. And they come back with two things: fear and wrong diagnosis. Welcome to QuickMed, a WhatsApp healthcare with self-sovereign medical identity. Now, about WhatsApp. WhatsApp currently has 3.3 billion people using them every day with a 98% open rate. And that is why it is a gateway for QuickMed, because with QuickMed, we meet patients where they currently are on WhatsApp. We use AI to triage and instantly connect these users to specialists, not boring them with an extra app, meeting them where they are currently are, and easily connecting with a doctor without leaving the comfort of their home. But that the real problem here is speed and ownership, and that is what we're trying to work on. Because today, getting access to doctors can be a hassle, and also getting access to your own medical records are almost impossible. QuickMed, you can get both access to the doctor immediately from the comfort of your home and access to your records anywhere you are. Now, how do we do this? We do this with our integration, the SSI wallet. With the SSI wallet, the self-sovereign identity, every consultation generates a verifiable credential and is stored in the patient's digital wallet. Now, what does this mean for the patient? It means that they have true ownership to their information. It means that they also have the right to give access to anybody that they want to get information about them. It also means that wherever they go, their patient record follows them. So with QuickMed, we're killing two birds with one stone, getting people directly to doctors and also making sure that their information is theirs to use. Now let's talk about how this works.
So QuickMed starts with a hello, and we greet you and ask information about you and what's wrong with you. At this point, meet Chidi. Chidi is 29 years old, who is having fever and headache. What we do at this point is sympathize with Chidi and then prompt him to consult an actual doctor so that he can talk to a specialist. If Chidi does this, we also prompt him to schedule a call with our available doctor for a price. If Shidi continues to do this, what happened next is that we let him know that his schedule was a sex one and then remind him that his call will be happening soon. And when the time for the call reach, all we do is to send a message to prompt Shidi to start this call and initiate the consultation. After the call is done, at this point, what we do now with OnQuickMed is to initiate our self-sovereign identity. At this point, we send an ID for Chidi to claim. Once Chidi claims this ID, we are creating a decentralized identity for Chidi that is tied to his phone number, a shadow wallet. Now, this shadow wallet stores all his health record on QuickMed, meaning now that he has access to everything that he needs about himself on his device. So when Chidi clicks on view as health record on the QuickMed task, we show him details about his past. We show him details about his past health record with QuickMed. We show his name, his age, his prescription, and also his diagnosis. Now, if Chidi decides to travel to another country or leave his city to somewhere else, he can decide to share his information with his new doctor or with his new hospital by simply clicking on the share button, setting permission to let them see certain things that he wants. Or the doctors can now scan his code, giving them access to his private record. They can now see everything that is wrong with Chidi, health-wise. At this point, Chidi is in control with his information, and the doctors can get access to Chidi's record from anywhere.
Hi, I'm very Isaac.
I'm part of the team building Surify for the W3Node Hackathon. Surify is a sovereign identity protocol built on the Sui blockchain. It ensures users with usable identity verification systems without storing personal data. Today, identity systems are centralized and fragmented. Users are required to repeatedly upload sensitive personal documents, increasing the risk of privacy leaks and identity theft. This limits access to digital services, microtransactions, and Web3 as well as Web2 applications, especially in emerging markets. Surify creates a bridge between traditional identity systems and decentralized identity. Users verify their identity once and receive a usable digital credential, which is the Surify attestation. With this Surify attestation, platforms can verify users without accessing or storing their personal data. Now, we'll dive into the live demo. We're connecting our wallet from the homepage. It's going to check if this wallet have an attestation. If the wallet doesn't have an attestation, it's going to take it to the verification portal. And then we are going to be fetching data from the country's identification system of any other country. So I'm going to put in my NIN number. And then I'm going to go through a face verification to verify that I am the one with this particular identification number. It is going to process the image to make sure that it matches the image I have on my identification system number. It is now going to fetch this data after verifying it. And now it's fetched the data. Now I want to continue, and I'm going to give consent to mint the attestation. And now I'm going to approve the transaction. After successful minting of our attestation, this is our dashboard. And here's our Surify attestation. This is Surify. Thank you.
Tell you, one person is recovering from the holiday season.
We're moving into gaming and entertainment. So Chain Guard, for whatever reason, their video was down, unfortunately. Hopefully we can get that up, but until then, we're just going to move on to the next project. This is the first project in gaming and entertainment. It is Grounded Art, team name?
Geek Squad. Yeah.
Geek Squad is the team name. Alrighty, so just to remind you guys of the time limit, you guys are gonna have 7 minutes to present. We have the lovely Miss Tanya in the background. She's running a clock to kind of give you guys a little bit of a timer. Would you like to use the mic? We are gonna need the mic for the live stream, unfortunately. For the live stream, yes. So let's turn up the volume there, and I'll see if I can.
Mapalo, are you here? So do you want to do the Discord from yours? Yeah. Do you want to try to do the Discord from yours? Sorry.
No problem. Let's get through this quickly.
Otherwise, I do know how to present it anyway, so.
My dear, it looks like you're muted, so we're going to have to keep the show going.
Okay, so really excited to tell you guys about this project that we've been working on the last 2 days, like straight. So the project is called Grounded Art, and the underlying thing that we wanted to solve with this project is to create a new medium for collaboration between artists and curators. Do you mind if I put this down and just like talk? I just like can't hear like the. Okay.
We need the mic for the live.
Oh, okay. Okay. So it's a map that connects artists and the curators that are viewing their art, taking pictures, posting it, and tagging the curators. So the maps that we have connect real-world users to real-world art, and they allow the users to visit the location. Using our directions and mapping system, we verify that users are in the location by geofencing. So this location matching verifies real sustainable support of artists. It's not just online accounts and bots that are scraping the internet and taking photos and using it for personal gain. So an important distinction about how this project is working is that you do not start with all of the information available. So you do not have access to every single art location that you can go and visit. You start with just a couple of nodes, and you have to actually visit them in real life, verify that you're there and taking pictures, and then you start to unlock other art studios in the surrounding area. So there, now we've got the demo up, so you can actually get more of an idea of what we're talking about here. So it's kind of like a Pokemon Go meets First Thursdays in terms of exploring real art in the real world and then slowly unlocking functionality in this gamified experience. So visiting the art, crediting the artist when posting, tagging them, or donating to them via our in-app Solana tipping system increases your rank, allows you to level up as you become a more certifiable, trustworthy curator of art. As you rank up, you unlock more and more functionalities, like more and more art locations that you can go and visit, and you start to see higher quality images in the app. And you get excerpts from the artists explaining their art, explaining the process that went into creating this, and you get connected with the art that you enjoy.
So it's also important to note that this is live tracking as well. You have to be in proximity to the actual node to interact with the payment wall. So we've set up a demo situation where we can mimic. We thought we were going to be based on the waterfront, so we actually set up our nodes at the waterfront because we thought we could demo it live like that. Essentially, here we can like let's fake the selected node. And then you can see when you interact and you run your check. Oh, wait, let's do it again. So when we can just fake the selected node, proximity. And then, you do your actual check. You see that you're actually now in location, in which then you could take your photo of the picture to verify, in which and then after taking the photo, you would enter your personal information and such, which then would send a request and have the artist pend. The request is pending towards the artist. After that, we can also mimic some of the unlock functionality, where there is the ranking system, and the ranking system, the more you interact with the nodes, the more nodes you unlock. So it's like a gamified play layer over reality, where we're incentivizing like interactions with real artworks, and also like celebrating the artists themselves, and having that small pay layer that can also really speed up your ranking system. So you can interact with the artwork for free and rank up that way and unlock more nodes. Or you can also pay the artist a small amount using a microtransaction with Solana, and then rank up that way. And then we mimic like a splash effect as well. Also, some things to note. All of the data is not marked. We set up real API requests to a backend with So essentially, I wrote it down. I'm a software engineer. I just finished my bachelor's at UCT, and I'm working for a software company now. So Grounded Art is built as a live production-style system with a clear separation between verification and value. The platform uses self-hosted API backend using Fast API that we actually set up with a live Postgres backend with PostGIS to perform real spatial queries for proof of presence. All user actions, which is map discovery, check-ins, uploads, and rank progression, are handled through actual API requests and server-enforced validation, not marking data. We built this all in 2 days. So off-chain logic verifies physical presence, manages a strict verification state machine, and computes trust and rank, while blockchain integration is used for the artist's wallet, binding and direct Solana-based tipping. This architecture ensures that only verified real-world interactions can result in on-chain value, keeping the system secure, scalable, and grounded in reality. Grounded Art.
So I'm just going to finish off with our introductions because we kind of got our ordering a bit mixed up because our partner was going to introduce. But I'm Matthew Ryan. This is Dylan Friedman. He's a software engineer with a full-time job, so this was, pretty crammed in between the 9 to 5. So yeah, and I'm a founder of a startup called Inner Atlas, which is a symbolic visual reflection of your inner psychology.
Yeah. And then also Mpalo, who's an actual artist based in Zambia, who's joining us for this hackathon. So having her perspective on this was really helpful because we got an actual artist perspective who's involved in the tech world. So.
Cool. Thank you guys so much.
Alrighty.
Also, I just want to show off because I thought this was really cool. The UI as well. Not a video. This is 3JS, like actual animations. Like if you check that out, it's like, okay, a little broken, but yeah, like actual animations. No AI UI, like. Just say.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause.
Awesome. This is a really cool project. It sounds like it's a combination of, like you said, gamification, experiential, and creator economy, essentially. So what is the business model for how you all will monetize it? Obviously, there was Web2 platforms like, there's now like Stan Store and Patreon. So I'm just kind of curious how you all plan to monetize.
So I would say that generally the state of the world that I feel like we're in is moving towards a state where social interactions are more and more of genuine value. I think we've come into a state of an overconsumption of social media, an over-isolation, an over-dissociation from real-world interactions. And so actually being able to curate communities with real-world interactions is of true value to people. And then in terms of the artists, what they're getting is they're getting real traffic into their art studios or public, murals, and they get donations from those people. And it's very easy to integrate.
So payment-wise, for the African market, it would probably be targeted as an NGO. But when it comes to first world countries where this can be applied, the paywall would then have some monetization. But this is really targeted for the African market, traditional artworks, traditional communities. Also, something that I would like to do is create an encryption standard that, like an API as an encryption standard, and then have that as a third-party utility that can be monetized, but that would be built for this system, and then that could be a source of monetization, is having this image encryption this image encryption standard that can be used as an API. That would also be a monetization strategy. But this is really kind of targeted for the African market as an NGO, kind of like to back artists and create and celebrate traditional communities and art. Yeah.
That's an awesome project. I think gamification's used in such nefarious ways by big companies like gambling companies to gamify, trying to extract money out of people. I think to bring gamification into the real world for like wholesome things is really cool. I think the project alone is a good idea. I'm just, for the sake of this conference, the blockchain element, could blockchain and, well, more cryptocurrency be more of a hindrance for allowing your project to even flourish more, because now you need to push adoption on people and the studios or curators to kind of also adopt this, to use this platform, whereas fiat could also work to just for this product.
Well, mainly we tried to integrate crypto because that is the theme of this hackathon. Realistically, yes, adoption would be easiest through like fiat currencies and like if you wanted to go local with that. So it was more of a intentional choice rather than like easiest fit. And then I think that more and more growing adoption, especially in specific targeted communities, is definitely the way to go for long-term crypto adoption.
Also having the advantage of NFTs as well. We weren't able to integrate that, it's just time limits. But NFTs is a great, like, when it comes to artists and ownership rights, especially if we're dealing with metadata and we're going to be training an AI model on that metadata as part of the encryption standard. NFTs can store that metadata, which is quite a good use case. Also, if we're going to be targeting tourism and foreign exchanges, crypto is perfect for that, because now if you're a tourist and you want to travel Africa and you're also an art curator, instead of having to now worry about local currency, you can use crypto and travel quite easily and use the whole of Africa and generally the scalability potential.
Just a quick idea. Are you all familiar with SoFar Sounds? Have you heard of that concept? So that's kind of like a pop-up. They use different venues from the community as like music venues instead of having like big formal venues. Oh, okay. So I think that you guys could leverage something similar to that and potentially have like a membership model where people have access to whether it ends up being a music aspect or art, so something like that.
Just a comment as well. This is also kind of targeted for event planners. If you're running a local event that's, you have to pay to get into, you can get a graphic designer to design a poster, and because it's, geo-fenced, you would have to actually be in that location, take a picture of that poster and unlock features and interact with the artist in that sense. So, but like that pop-up vibe, it's also totally part of the game plan. So.
2-day scope.
This could also be opened up to the artists directly if they've got murals up. So not just curators, but if you're watching murals at a house or something, you can take a photo and support the artist directly.
Artists as well. We have the picture aspect for that, so you can interact with the. You have to upload a photo, so you can like be walking down the street and see like a mural or graffiti, take a picture, and see if it's geo-fenced as well, and then interact with it.
The artist.
So.
I'm trying to catch up. Any comments? Actually, I have nothing to add.
Just, I'll try and keep it quick. That's cool. That's very cool. So, I see this broadening out to more than one niche community. I'm a car club enthusiast. I run a couple of car clubs. I would buy into this wholeheartedly because it proves your intention. It's incentivized. There's stickiness baked in. There's gamification baked in. So brilliant.
Abstraction of complexity.
Oh, like, I mean, like I got like tingles, man. Like this is brilliant. On this, just thinking about your tech stack. What layer is responsible for what, and how do you plan on scale? And also, have you thought about white label potential for this?
I didn't hear that last.
Are you white label potential? White labeling potential.
So we've broke this down into basically an API and web. So the backend is Python. So the backend is Python, and we're using Fast API to avoid Django or Flask. And then Postgres as our database, and Docker to containerize the whole application. And we've set up a Docker container and everything. I haven't thought about scalability, but I would have to probably implement you'll probably go So there'll have to be like a whole implementation strategy. But this is what I want to do for a living. So this is currently what I do for a living. But
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
So in terms of scalability, one of the aspects that we were, planning and sort of had to scope down a bit, but in terms of tons and tons of people uploading their own pictures, you can get the highest quality image, and then you can sort of back it up across multiple users. So it's sort of a decentralized way of ensuring that that image is always available. You can always get the best quality image, and so that could be quite scalable. And then also what you mentioned in terms of like car meetups and everything, like that was always the core idea. I know we mainly focused on art in terms of art studios and art galleries, but that's, I think, just easier to explain rather than the many, many forms of art that you rarely have in terms of music, cars. I mean, there's so many forms of expression that can all be linked together here. I mean, you could have festivals that you could,
Just regarding scalability, viewport-based map queries, spatial indexing, async APIs, and materialized rank caches allow the system to scale efficiently. I just wanted to I did write that down as like a little point. Cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause. Alrighty, y'all. We are going to break for lunch. Pizza will be arriving shortly. Please get. Oh wait. Oh, we have one more. Okay. We've got one more, ladies and gentlemen, and then we will break for lunch. Almost. Okay, so then the next project is, let me pull this up. And this is identity, or gaming and entertainment. Spaza Tycoon, please. Come on up. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause. Okay. Okay, so are you going to do a demo?
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay. Okay, so for the judges, this project is Spaza Tycoon, and your team name?
Nomari.
Nomari, N-O-M-A-R-I. All right. So the timer's in the back, and I'll go.
Okay. Okay, we're ready. Exeola. Thank you. Hi, my name is Nombali Mafa, and beside me is Yanka Siliji. I'm the front-end developer, and she's the back-end developer. Just to quickly jump through our problem statement, most Web3 games are not designed for the African market and remain culturally unrelatable and difficult to understand, leaving African users disengaged from both gaming and Web3 adoption. Spaza Tycoon addresses this issue very well. So we address this
by creating a culturally relevant Web3 gaming platform where players run informal economy shops, serve customers, and earn NFTs, making blockchain gaming accessible and meaningful to African audiences. So just to go through some facts, the issue lies with, sorry, I'm nervous. Okay, here's a fact. Did you know that the spaza sector is worth 180 billion rand, and yet many shop owners lack visibility to finance? Government launched a support fund with 500 million rands, but access is limited. So what did we build? We built a Web3 game prototype on base. And then we have NFT ownership of characters and assets, and our flow is full landing, wallet, mint, and play journey. Then how it works, we have onboarding, and you'll be able to connect to a Web3 wallet, and in future we want to do this using biometrics. And then we have 3 levels: the lighty, who is the youngest and least experienced, that has to climb up on the ladder, and you get a free lighty NFT when you sign up. And then the next one is the Lapara, a brave person who is the middle level. He has built somewhat reputation and trust within the community. Lastly, our Grootman, the person at the highest level of respect and reputation. Thank you.
We're not done, are we? So I'll be taking you guys through how Spaza Tycoon is made. So Spaza Tycoon is built on the base blockchain. We also integrated smart wallets to make it easier for those that are crypto shy. So you create your wallet using your passkey. We also have the UUPS proxy pattern. So our smart contracts are upgradable, making it easier for us to iterate rapidly while preserving user data and state. And in terms of our front end, we use React and Next.js just to simulate that authentic township feel. And then in terms of our roadmap, oh, sorry. So in terms of our roadmap, our first phase foundation level is right now here at the hackathon. So we have our wallet connect, NFT minting, inventory and characters, as well as our immersive UI. And then with phase 2, we're looking into migrating to Unity for a better mobile UX. And with phase 3, we're looking to collaborate with existing DeFi protocols so that we can make it easier for our users to redeem their phygital vouchers through collaborating with the likes of Kazang. So you have your OTT vouchers, airtime, and electricity. So today, Spaza Tycoon is a Web3 game where you mint NFTs and explore a Spaza shop. Tomorrow, we'd want it to be a proof of business protocol where informal entrepreneurs build on-chain reputation through play. So you can scan that and check out our current existing game.
Okay, so we'll just walk you through the demo. I already own an NFT because I signed up, but if you want to see the sign up, I have it on another tab. So you can play a game, it has music and everything as well. So here's my customer. We actually used real-time weather to simulate. If you have the wrong order, he'll say Haibo. And then if you have a correct one, so the child wants go slows, right? So here the go slows. I got money, cool. And then what does he want? He wants Benny Spice, right? This is a local spice in South Africa, it's famous. And then we also have where you can see your NFT. If you don't know the language barriers, can you please press Ctrl++? Yes, so we have a glossary in case you're not familiar with the terms, because we use informal language that is mostly used when you are at the spaza, like, hey, I have 5 tiger, can I please have a loose cigarette or something like that.
Choco fives.
Yes, choco fives, you see. And then we have our shop over here where you can view your inventory and you can buy stock using the money that you earned, right? So if I scroll down, here's the stock I have, then I can buy more stock as well. So Kaching, I bought stock, cool. And then just to navigate back, our NFT, you are able to view it over here at the stash. So it's loading, 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 loading. There we go, there's my NFT, and it reflects on the base app as well. Basically, yeah.
In a nutshell.
In a
Does that
nutshell.
help?
I love it. Alrighty, so judges, you guys ready?
That was very impressive. I don't know how you guys built so much cool apps in 2 days. One day, actually, one day. It's very impressive. Your team and a few of the other teams. Just a quick question: how does the money flow into the app? So you're giving tokens out. People can earn by using the game, but where does the funding come from?
So the good thing, because we're using Base, we decided to set up Paymaster. So that makes it easier for those that are minting NFTs, for the NFTs to be gasless. And then if you go to the slide that talks about how it works, so currently we did not implement the token, but then in the future, because our smart contracts are upgradable, we're looking into implementing a token. So as you continue to buy and to sell, you'll be able to gain your token, and then that token will be the one that you're using to either buy in-game assets, convert them into your physical vouchers, and so forth. So that's how we'll be proceeding in terms of funding.
This is really fun and exciting. And also, I'm like, is it ready to be played? Can you send it to folks to play?
Say that again?
Is this available to be played?
Yes, it's deployed.
Okay.
You have the scan, you could have just scanned the...
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Okay, great. Fantastic. I'll play it. So I'm thinking of other games. So this is, it looks like it's a mobile game. Is that correct? Is this a mobile game? Is this meant to be a mobile?
So far, because we built it in one day, it's actually built for web. But then in the future, going for phase 2 and so forth would make it mobile friendly. Hence, we say that for phase 2, we're looking into migrating using Unity. Because we're trying to mimic, have you played Cooking Fever? Okay. So we did take inspiration from like Cooking Fever, your Candy Crush. So we were just like, okay, these are games that are very popular, but they're not necessarily relatable to the like African diaspora and so forth. So the idea is we actually want to actually study the companies, like the game companies that are actually successful, see what they did wrong, improve on that, see what they did right, and actually improve on that. Because also with Axie Infinity, they have people in the Philippines who are paying rent via playing the game, and that's how we came up with the physical vouchers, by saying that if ever you have these amount of tokens, you can actually convert them to your physical vouchers, your airtime, and so forth, and that will actually bring incentives and bring people who are crypto shy to actually be interested in playing the game, because they're like, I'll get airtime, I can pay electricity, even if it won't be much at the beginning, but it's just a learning curve. So the idea is learn from those that are currently existing, see what they did wrong, and then monetize on that.
To me, one of the main value props of having blockchain gaming is the ability to liquidate your assets on the game. And so my question is, I heard you were going to create a token, and that's fine. But what kind of, most games in a Web2 context at this stage don't have any, of course, like certain in-game assets might be more rare than others. But if you think about, for example, I bought a piece of other side property with, anyways, don't laugh at me. But it's limited, right? There's only so much real estate or of specific in-game assets. And so in order to protect like the value of those in-game assets, how are you thinking about again, that's the reason why, in my opinion, on-chain gaming exists, is so that you actually own those assets, and so that if at any point you wanted to liquidate the asset, you could. So how are you thinking about asset design?
So that would be having certain assets available for a limited edition, so that way we can have like in-demand in-demand skins and so forth, because as my teammate explained, is that currently we have 3 stages. So that's the lighty, the entry level, the labara, and the khrudma. And then with each and every level that you're at, you have access to different types of in-game assets, as well as I said, having limited edition assets as well available. That way, some of the limited edition assets can also contribute or give you discounts in getting like your Phygital vouchers. So that's also another thing that we could consider.
Are you planning on capping? So it's like a limited. Is it still be like an open edition? As many as get minted, for example, within a certain period of time, or would there be an actual limit and cap on the number of assets?
So there will be actually a limited cap. So let's say with the ERC 1155 smart contract, you're able to actually limit how many NFTs can be minted. So we'll actually use that functionality as well. Yeah. So also another thing that we're looking into doing is to scaling the project. So because at this point, we're trying to take as much advantage of the upgradable smart contracts as possible. So we also thought of implementing the aesthetic around car washing in the townships, aesthetic around your local people that are selling your street foods, aesthetic around your hair salons. And the main thing is we're trying to look into whatever that you're doing on the game in the future to actually be used as something tangible, whereby when you go to the government, you can actually get funds. Because we mentioned the 500 million rand fund that was offered. And it was released in 2025, and only above 300 people were actually successful. And the rest, they got like above 80,000 registrations. And they say that the rest that got denied is because they don't have tangible evidence to show that they're running the businesses, to show any tangible evidence of business literature and so forth. So we're trying to look into gamifying this, making it simpler for it, being it a user, a player, or somebody who actually owns a spaza to have something that they can look back, use it as a certificate at the end, and use it as something tangible to apply for a loan.
Cool project. Congratulations on committing to main like 2 hours ago. Like, man, where's your branches, guys? But very cool. So just some insights. You know that the MNOs in further up Kenya, some of our brothers and sister countries up there, there is a use case for exactly what you've described, which is to use other financial information to facilitate the banking, to facilitate banking accounts and banking loans and stuff. So there is a company here that does that does facilitate that. So that is spot on thinking. I'm curious about your token, the utility, the tokenomics, what you would think of as a vesting strategy to maintain value for when you do decide to launch that token.
So, as I said earlier, that the idea is to do more research, look at the companies that are already existing. So that means now it would be more of a niche research. So looking at the tokenomics of Axie Infinity and Decentraland and CryptoKitties and try to see what are they doing wrong in terms of tokenomics, where we can capitalize on that and what we can duplicate that is something that they're doing that is accurate. Yeah. Thank you.
Judges, any more?
Yeah, so this is amazing, the fact that you guys built this in a day. That is so cool. Yeah, and just to kind of touch on the tokenomics, I would honestly recommend for something like this, where this could be seen as an earn-to-play scenario that has killed a lot of Web3 games in the industry. Rather not do it yourself. I would highly recommend just taking the route of speaking to a tokenomics firm like Nomics. There are various other firms out there with relevant, unique models. So the relative thing about tokenomics in today's society compared to like 2019, they had a one tokenomics model and it never adapted. Tokenomics models are constantly adapting, and as I guess the game's economy grow, you're essentially creating a business-based economy. So when going that route, I would suggest either hiring an expert or working with a firm for that future growth model.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for the project. Fantastic work, ladies. Awesome stuff. Okay, guys, I want to introduce a friend of ours. Ankama? We can thank this incredible gentleman, Fankama, with Pizza DAO for providing lunch.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm from Pizza DAO. I always think it's devs who make everything move forward. And when you're stuck, you just need a little pizza to get that idea forward. And yeah, that's why we're here. Pizza DAO believes all pizzas should be free. So enjoy. I think some guys did come to the Pizza Node.
Get some pizzas.
Yeah. Yeah, by KPI, just make sure you tag Pizza DAO and have a slice, and I'm good.
Thank you, Pizza DAO.
Pizza over here. Just give us a couple minutes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. All right, guys, I think we're going to have a lunch break here.
Yep. Yeah, guys, so we're going to have a lunch break. Pizza will hit here, and we'll have it on the tables in the next few minutes. So go ahead, stand, stretch, shake your legs out, take a deep breath. Tell your homies their projects were awesome. Sneak out to the bathroom. Started. We're just going to wait for one of our judges to get back. Thank you guys so much for bearing with us. This has been incredible. The quality of projects, outstanding. Really inspired by the creativity coming out of the team so far. So everyone give yourself a real quick hand. So we're just waiting for Jody, our last judge, to get back. But we are going to finish the third track for gaming and entertainment. So in a moment, we're going to have Singleton come up and give a presentation. Let me just confirm timing. Tanya? Is Tanya in the house? Yeah. Oh, don't, Jody, we're actually going to have you sit over here. Beautiful. And we can have our esteemed guests up front. Look at that. Beautiful. So, Singleton, can you please come to the stage? Check, check.
Howdy, everyone. My name is George Manuel. I'm a bit different from the crop here. I studied mechatronics engineering at CPUT. So Web3 tech is a bit new to me, but I thought I'd take this challenge on because this concept is, I thought it's pretty cool. So today, I want to present to you something I call the World Asset Engine, which I believe will transform gaming. The idea is around assets and ownership. So classic games are very isolated in that if you buy an item or earn an item in-game, it really can't be used anywhere else. Today, digital game assets are locked inside individual games and engines. Players don't truly own what they buy. Creators can't build persistent value, and studios are forced into walled gardens. Interoperability has been promised for years, but every solution fails because it tries to move assets between games. This matters now because of two big shifts. First, players want living worlds, not one-and-done titles. Second, digital ownership through NFTs and blockchain has changed how players perceive value. The demand exists, the infrastructure doesn't. The insight. Interoperability is not conversion. Here's the key insight. Interoperability shouldn't be asset conversion. A weapon, character, or artifact should exist differently in different worlds, while remaining the same asset at its core. The problem isn't moving assets, it's interpreting how they should exist natively in each world. Now onto the solution, the World Asset Engine. The World Asset Engine is an engine-agnostic kernel that enables a single canonical asset identity to be embodied differently inside a game. Ownership is verified on-chain. Our kernel authorizes the asset. Each game unlocks its own locally defined version, preserving style, balance, and creative control. So here I have a funny picture of a character from a game called Valorant. His name is Phoenix. So I wanted to imagine how this character could be embodied in a different game. So what I did was I took two open source games made by an engine called Godot, and essentially I wanted to see how Phoenix would exist in a first-person shooter game and a 2D role-playing game. Okay. So I have here some clips of assets that are designed in Godot. So here, in the first-person shooter game, Phoenix would then manifest himself into something like a flamethrower. Let's read that. And then in a 2D role-playing game, you would actually manifest as a phoenix bird. So here is just an animation of it flying. I'll play that. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to show you the games that I was talking about. So this is the first-person shooter. It's an open source thing, so I was able to meddle with the code. Now, because of the time constraint, I obviously wasn't able to build the full system, but I just wanted to show you guys the concept that I was working on. And then the 2D game. So just imagine those assets that I showed you. The first-person shooter game, the player would have access to the flamethrower, and in here, it would be the Phoenix Bird that would be one of the enemies on the actual game. Okay, now let's talk about market and business value. From a business perspective, interoperability is a growth driver. From players spend more time in connected ecosystems. Digital goods become more valuable when they work across worlds. Studios share player bases instead of competing for churn. We monetize via usage fees, transaction fees, and enterprise licensing, while offloading payments and marketplaces to existing systems. So why does this matter? Africa, for a very long time, and up to this point, is known as a consumer continent. We don't produce a lot of the world's standards. And I believe something like this could really open up a new age of gaming in which we set the precedent. We define how these things get shared across. Through Africa being such a global participator, we will enrich ourselves and obviously contribute to humanity as a whole. Thank you.
So we want to be considerate of time. We want to try to get through everyone. So for the judges, unfortunately, we'll have to limit it to one content or one comment per judge, whether it be question and recommendations.
Cool. No, this is fantastic. I would love to know about the potential legal implementations. Are you only working with open source, I guess, assets that already exist out in the market? Because I saw a game like Forza. Forza, for instance, they work with Porsche, Lamborghini, Ferrari. They actually scan these cars, and these brands allow Forza to actually reuse them as a monetization value. So do you see any blockers going through that, only being able to work with potential open source brands or assets out there in the market?
No, that is 100% correct. I think besides the technical hurdles, a lot of what would stop this from happening is studios not wanting their content to basically be violated. And so we want to take very collaborative approaches when it comes to this thing. So we don't want to just be the ones dictating everything happening. We want everyone to be happy with how the thing progresses. So starting off with open source, I think would be a very good way to introduce this into the world. Yeah.
Cool.
Awesome. Great project. My biggest question, and it's something we spoke about a little bit yesterday, is how are you modeling the equivalency of assets from game A to game B so that they maintain their value between the two games, or if they don't?
Yeah, no, I think that's also very important, and it touches directly on what he spoke about now. It's, you don't want something being moved across into another world violating the balance of that world. And so I really want to nail this point of collaboration, because it has to be in a way that we all agree, if this thing is the way it is here, how would it exist here? How would it work in this world? And so hard coding that into the actual system itself is going to be very, very important. And I think it's going to be the make or break of this thing.
I wonder if I see more use case in this for user identity than actual assets, because assets have a certain balance in a game. So the game developers need to think a lot about how this item exists in this game and is it balanced for the game dynamics of it. But if you potentially pivot this to user identity, so this is me across different games, like I think Gravatar does something similar where you've got a profile picture for different websites and you have the same profile picture. Maybe this could be better use case, because then in most games you are the protagonist. They still have their certain game dynamics associated to their profile, but you could be rendered. So potentially like Fortnite, and you'd have your own interpretation with this user identity. And you can also take that across different other games if they use similar engines. But for an object or an asset, the way I see it, I'm not much of a game developer, but how does that balance across? Because you mentioned Forza, but the NFT is a Lamborghini in the one game, and then what's it in the next game? Is it a flamethrower? So like, how do you get that balance across different games? Whereas a user identity, like there's most often a protagonist, whether you are a bird, whether you are a first-person shooter, they might have use case there.
Yeah, no, very good point. And so what I want to state is this is an ideal that of what we're going for. The exact way that it manifests itself in the future, it might not be clear to us, because we can all say, hey, moving an asset across, imagining how it'll be in that world, but perhaps that doesn't work the way that we want it to. And so we should be open-minded as to how this will actually manifest itself in the future. And I think what you're mentioning now could possibly be one of those ways. Yeah.
Cool project. I do see, counter to Kyle's point, I do see indie gaming.
Excuse me?
I do see indie gaming living in the space, right? Because the cost to develop a game, I mean, I don't want to spend months in Photoshop building out assets and textures and all that stuff. So there is a use case for solving that a lot more holistically, which is great. From the tech stack alone, you would have to then manage multiple assets, right, stored in a library somewhere, and maintain what would ultimately become a vast library. So I'm curious of how or why, or how would you see blockchain aiding this, other than just having a large database with some UUIDs that people can just subscribe to and pull on a
How do I see blockchain falling into this?
Yeah.
So the idea is that with NFT, you have a single canonical identity, which would represent this asset that you either get from a game or purchase on the market itself. Now, we want to ensure that you don't have, for instance, like if you've got an asset that is basically okay, so you have a gun. You have a gun. It's the exact same gun, but and I spoke to her about this, but it's got two different levels. So that canonical identity needs to be tied to that very specific thing, and those are one of the things that's going to be a challenge. So But I do think blockchain is going to play a very big part in that because of its ability to basically have this immutable archive where one thing is that thing and it is forever and you can't replicate it, you can't fake that. I don't know if that answers your question.
To a degree.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Singleton. Alrighty, we're going to switch tracks literally, and we're going to dive into decentralized AI and DPIN. Coming up to the stage, can I have Amani Care, please? And for the judges, the team name is Amani Care as well. Amani Care, please come to the stage. Amani Care coming to the stage. Another round of applause, y'all. Alrighty, and we've got a timer going on over there, and it'll just let you know.
Hello everyone, my name is Peter Kapuya. The project I want to present to you is Amani Care, which is a privacy-first tool which flags anomalies in blood test results for clinics locally. And what it aims to simulate is a federated learning machine which is able to improve without the need of the user uploading data or raw for clinics in the sense raw patient data. So the problem clinics in Africa or in rural settlements often face is that they are understaffed and they have large amounts of clinical lab tests or results that they have to go through. So, but unfortunately, they cannot use centralized AI models, for example, like ChatGPT, to analyze all the blood test results because there's a privacy risk for the patients. Now, the solution that Amani Care aims to solve is it processes all the data locally on the clinic's devices using their data, and also it highlights each patient, how urgent the need is for them to be treated immediately. And it simulates federated averaging and aggregates all the data to a global model which is outside of the clinic, so without the need of the data on the clinic, to the raw data of the clinic to leave the device. So I have a demo here to present to you. Amani Care. So essentially how it works is the clinic uploads a CSV file, and let me just show you here. So as the CSV file is uploaded, there's an isolation forest algorithm which analyzes each blood test result and identifies which ones have extremities or deficiencies in certain molecules in the blood results. So here, it's still loading, we're just waiting for it to load. Look, I believe the server is dormant. I'm just going to refresh the server quickly. Yeah. Okay, so it works now. So once the CSV file has been uploaded and it has been finished analyzing, so there's two results that we color-coded. So green will be for normal if the patient is completely healthy, and if the patient has an anomaly in the blood results, it will be flat red. And some details are here, but you can view the details for each patient individually. So let me just view for patient 1. So as you can see for patient 1, they're completely normal. They have no anomalies in their blood test. And what it does is it recommends if the patient needs immediate care. Over here, as they are normal and healthy, there is no care. However, for patient 2, which has an anomaly, the anomaly status states that the anomaly has been detected, and it recommends that the patient needs to be taken for further treatment or more urgently. And a quick note, this tool does not diagnose diseases. It simply acts as a triage tool which analyzes which patients need to be accounted for urgently quicker based on what deficiencies they might have in the blood tests. And as well as, to conclude, the limitations of this program is the data stays there for a short period of time, but in the future, in the production level, it will be able to aggregate all the data and also to have a secure aggregation system and also have a proficient database. Thank you for listening.
Sorry, quick question. I know you spoke about the overall architecture, which is fine, but I don't think you've touched quite on the blockchain, the interfacing between the actual blockchain and how you're utilizing that for your product. So I think can you just maybe give us a quick recovery on just the blockchain part of it? I think I kind of missed that. Where does that fit in your product?
There's no blockchain in it. It's just basically decentralized AI. So you use a federated learning model, which what it does is instead of a centralized model like ChatGPT, where you have a central server, you send data over and you train it, but for clinics and healthcare companies, they can't use your raw patient data because it risks the patient's privacy. So what federated learning does, it takes the model to the data, for example, and the clinics can use the model locally on their devices and train it with their own data. And when they update, they can send small updates to the global server without revealing the raw patient data. So that's the decentralized AI part of this project. There's no blockchain.
Okay, so you're leveraging AI and not necessarily your own algorithm to calculate this. So because of anomaly detection, so generally there needs to be some resemblance of what's normal and what's not normal. You are going to offset that to an AI to discern whether something is anomalous or not.
So basically it analyzes, so right now it's just for demo purposes, but in production settings we'll take it for clinical evaluation to make sure the AI is trained on proper data to evaluate near accurately, to evaluate numbers based on all the blood results on the deficiencies or extremities of low glucose, the high amounts of glucose or hemoglobin, and from there we can state there's an anomaly, and it kind of speeds up the process of doing it.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear and learn more about the business model behind this, because if I understand correctly, the target audience is rural settlements.
So for the business model, what I was planning to do was for every 100 records, you get small clinics can pay around $5, and the price scales depending on how large the size of the hospital or clinic is. So for medium, it will be around $20, and for large hospitals, it can go up to $200 because they can have data sets or CSV files over hundreds of thousands of patients that need to go in. So for clinics, it's from per a set of numbers. That's how the business model will operate.
So this is enterprise software sales to hospitals?
Yeah, healthcare services specifically.
No, this is pretty cool. I would just love to know what is the more decentralized aspect around it, seeing that everything is running relatively centralized, seeing that this information can't be made public to an open source AI model out there, relatively due to the fact that I will essentially train that model. So that fact I do understand, but I would love to understand the more decentralized part of it, or is it just more curated towards AI?
Okay, so the best way I can explain this is decentralized. Basically, you have a central model that isn't connected, doesn't access the data, and you have a bunch of smaller models on the devices, or in this case, the clinic. So the clinic can use their data to train that model. Now, what that model does, it sends out numeric values or that back to the global model to improve it without sending raw data. So there's certain numbers that it uses to improve compared to other ChatGPT, for example, a centralized model where you send your data right to the central server and trains it immediately. I don't know if I clarified.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please. Alrighty, so we are going to have our next guest come up, and it is going to be Ubuntu Health. Team name Ubuntu Health. Ubuntu Health, please come up to the stage. Tanya, could you help with the timer, please? So guys, give it a couple minutes. Judges are just getting set up. Just so you guys know, you're gonna have the timer right over there, and it'll give you a countdown. And when you see that little thing blinking like that, that means you guys are almost out of time. Okie dokie? And if you guys want to step back just a little bit, yeah, right there. Cool. The mics will interact. And judges, just give me the go-ahead when you're ready. Ready? Alrighty.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leroy. This is Hope, and we're a team of 4. We have this hybrid model going on where we have Tumi and Tuto who are still in Joburg, so shout out to them if they're watching. We are final year We Think Code students who just recently joined the ABC Club, so it was fun navigating through this hackathon and just getting to learn new things. So yeah, we can begin. I think for South Africans, or many South Africans, we've all experienced going to a local clinic and being there for 4 hours or even longer. Or even if you call your grandma at 6 a.m., she'll tell you she's on her way to the clinic. However, at 11 a.m., when you call her again, she says she's left, but she didn't get any medical attention, you know. So Ubuntu Health, excuse me. So South Africans spend on average 3 hours plus in clinics waiting for consultations. Investigators ran a study saying that they found that local clinics could only produce 34% of the records that they ask for. Also, 80% of nurses and doctors report symptoms of burnout, which obviously leads to compromised care. So from our own personal experiences, from talking to actually local clinic staff, we figured out that we would develop Ubuntu Health. Ubuntu Health is a decentralized medical identity platform empowering the community to own their records and allow secure access to the doctors or institutions. Alan, you could play the video. So, does it have sound? Or should we speak over? The sound? Oh.
We can't play sound from.
Oh, we can't? Oh, okay, sure. You can just start the video over. So yeah, this is obviously our landing page. We're just talking about our idea, what it's for, and on this page we just decided to integrate all three portals, being a patient portal, an admin portal, and a doctor's portal. You can move on. Administrative tax is heightened. We are Ubuntu Health Vault, and we've built a decentralized solution to ensure that no South African is ever invisible to the healthcare system. An institution needs to access a medical history, but they don't own the keys, the patient does. This portal is used for patients to either approve or deny access to their patient records by institutions. When the admin clicks request, our backend triggers a decentralized consent loop. No smartphone, no problem. We've created an SMS portal for users who do not have an internet connection. This is the admin portal where institutions will request access to medical records before a consultation or a checkup. And it goes as follows. Let's say the patient's name is Tabo Molefe. And he enters his phone number and ID. You're able to send a request to the phone as an SMS for them to give access to their records. As we can see from the API side, the user is able to get the SMS and now can either grant or deny access. As we can see on the portal side, the patient is added to the queue and they are still awaiting consent from the patient. The patient then responds yes on the SMS to the admin portal to grant access. Access has just been granted and the user gets an SMS confirming that he has given access to the institution. If we look on the portal side, the status has changed to ready to assign, and all we have to do now is assign them to a doctor. As we can see from the doctor's portal, Thabo Molefe was assigned to Dr. Thandiwe Mbeki. Notice the access status. The institution and the doctor were given consent for a specific amount of time and granted by either SMS or the patient portal. The doctor has access to Thabo Molefe's patient records. A brief summary is given, such as allergies, main conditions, and medications he was prescribed. After the consultation, the doctor is then able to write clinical notes and update the patient record as required. You can also add additional notes if necessary. Once the session is complete, the medical records are updated and the portal is ready for the next consultation. I think sovereignty was a big part of our system and ensuring that compliance with the legal side as well, such as the POPI Act. So we're focused on safeguarding personal information. I think that's the most important part. But I guess in South Africa, we obviously have tech hubs in Cape Town, and people consider high tech as non-accessible to people of the township. Hence why we added the SMS portal as a feature as well. So we keep it as simple as possible for our grannies in the townships to also access high-tech solutions. And that's us, yeah. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, wow.
I would personally love to understand the revenue model behind it a bit better. Do these hospitals need to call essentially an API every time they want to interact with you? For instance, they call the API, you relatively get a fee returned to that, because essentially most medical insurance companies, their biggest cost is just like API calling all the time. We have a relevant company in our portfolio. They've essentially made health costs basically gone to near zero through relatively just implementing a staking model, and these medical insurance companies call in constant APIs. So I would love to know where this revenue will essentially be generated from. Is it on the patient side? Is it on the well, I guess the medical institutional side, so quite curious.
I think for us, the first thing is that none of this is on the patient side. We're also looking at subscription-based services as well, where we could potentially even just introduce or give the dashboard to private institutions to use the exact same technology. When it also comes to insurance companies, let's say needing to verify medical attributes, it could be almost a verification per request. So every request they make to the API, we could get a percentage of that. And I think one thing that's also just getting into my head is if we look at the misappropriation, I guess, of funds governmentally or what's happening around there, from the money that we're saving from the repetition of tests, because they already have the patient records and they can't get lost, I think there could be a recouping or a redirection of funds to, I guess, fund the system that we've created.
Cool. Just one follow-up question. What would be the reason for these medical institutions to actually utilize you? Because it seems like there's an added complexity layer where they would relatively then need to go on board their already existing clients to this method.
I think it deals a lot with the administrative tax that they have. What we're essentially, the idea behind it is removing the administrative tax or keeping it to a minimum, because we want nurses, we want doctors to focus on being doctors and nurses, right? And not to have to deal with administrative things or operational things related to keeping track of the patient records. So I think it also makes institutions or allows them the freedom to not store records and ensure that they store it and they don't lose them, but they become operators of a system where all they have to do is focus on healthcare and ensuring people are healthy.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Congrats on you all's project here. My question really stems around, and maybe I missed this, but what aspect of this project is the AI or DPIN component? I understood that the patient owns their own keys, so I understand the blockchain aspect and the wallet component, but where does the AI or DPIN piece come into play?
So for the DPIN, it would be, I guess, with the actual file storage or the storage of the medical records. So we'd probably use an IPFS, maybe Storacha, then that's where the actual records would be stored, because we don't want to store them on the blockchain. So the blockchain would essentially act as a global registry to point to where the data or the fragments of the data is. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool project. I think there is quite a bit of a use case for this in the informal sector. Discovery Health and the insurance already has their own backbones in terms of client medical records. But I think here you've got an opportunity to bring customers and doctors that are not necessarily the cash doctors by the surgeries. They might not have access to like these discovery, or their patients are not medical aid holders. So I can see a big use case for this. The only thing is I don't see the immediate value to either customer or the doctor in play. But I do see this as a net positive project, and they might be beneficial in going to like government to say, hey, this can be really awesome. And I think once the community does build, then doctors see the value, because more customers have actual records because they did punt this. They kind of helped market it in the informal sector. And again, it's a net positive. People have their medical history. Doctors know about it. They can check up, and it's almost it becomes the norm. But I'd struggle to see, well, I see adoption maybe being a bit slower because a doctor won't know about it or their patients won't know about it. So how do you get them on board? And you might need a big push. And I think government might be useful to help push for something as cool as this.
Okay, I think also with the immediate onboarding, one thing, we spoke to someone personal to us, I guess, and she spoke about the registration of babies and birth certificates around that. and how much of a hassle it is in the ward, right? So I think for them to build up a medical passport, a one patient record from birth, which I guess incorporating AI, they can start using reminders for vaccinations, etc., reminders for treatment plans. I think that's one way we could immediately onboard this, expanding into the baby ward and working with the doctors there and the nurses around there. But I think, like you said, for sure, with the current doctors and I guess the existing database, the paper trail that we currently have, the integration and the onboarding of that would be quite tricky, for sure.
Yeah, cool project. Very close to something that I've built.
Oh, okay.
Very close. And I'll give you this idea for free. This has good application for people that are high risk. And I'll explain to you why. Right. The elder generation don't have technology that's specifically geared towards them. So when I see this, I don't see it as a medical passport. What I do see is a clinical history of what could potentially be wrong with the person. So think of medical alert, right? Think about an informal settlement where someone has fallen and no one knows their medical history, no one knows where they come from, no one knows anything. But if you have a detailed medical history living somewhere, right, and first responders have access to that based on some type of information, right, there is, I can guarantee you, there is a value proposition there. So don't just think of it as data for the sake of medical professionals. Medical professionals also exist in the ambulance, first responders, firemen. So that's just the top tip, man.
And yeah, just to add on to that, we actually thought about it. We had, implementing like a break glass protocol within the smart contract where, correct me if I'm wrong, but proof of stake to essentially say that the doctor can request access to the medical records in case of an emergency, see what they're allergic to, all these things, and then only after that, a next of kin would either have to grant access and say that was fine, or the actual patient. And if they don't do that, then I guess legal authorities come into play from there. Yeah.
Just on that, there is protections for a bystander or a non-family member, or even a family member rendering aid. So just keep that in mind. There is protections for first responders, who is providing aid that requires access to medical information.
Okay.
So that's, I think, just a bit more homework on the legal side. And
right.
Awesome. A round of applause. Great job, guys. Okay. Coming up next, we've got team name Afrolang DAO, project name Afrolang DAO. Please come to the stage.
Hello everyone, my name is Mufaro and this is August and we are Afrolang DAO. Afrolang DAO is a community-owned AI training platform that focuses on the preservation and validation of African languages for the era of AI. Contributors can earn AfriTokens by validating AI translations, build their reputation, and secure their dataset ownership through a decentralized mechanism. Some of the core features of our application is the human-in-the-loop validation that ensures that the translations are culturally accurate. Weighted reputation, which means that impact grows with more demonstrated quality. Okay. And it also has a token economy where contributors earn Afri tokens using the stake mechanism. All translations are stored in an immutable dataset on IPFS with rich metadata, which then can be licensed to content creators and ensure that the revenue is shared back to the token holders. This is our landing page. We went with a single page just for now. So here you can connect your token. And this is basically how the application works. Starts with the AI input and earn tokens. And then the application stores the translated data within the immutable database. And then the validators can earn tokens. Over here, you can see that there's the AI. That's the original translation, and that's the AI's translation of the sentence. And you can approve whether the translation is accurate. Over here, you can see the different stats of your wallet, how much you have, and how much you can claim after validating your translation. Over here, you will see a ranking of all of the users of different validators. So basically, it gamifies the process of validating your translations. Over here, the community can decide on the decisions on how the data is going to be used and which corporations the data will be sold. Thank you.
Yeah, so basically that was the technical aspect of everything, but the whole idea of Africa DAO is to open up Africa to the world and vice versa. So I was playing around with a VPN, right? And I went onto a Russian server and I was searching up this tech product and it was all in Russian. And I switched the VPN to a US VPN and it was still the same Russian guy, but the translation was in English. So the idea came forth what this thing or this idea is not applicable for the African market. When you look at African content, wherever you are from, it stays in the same language. So the idea is to have people translate, have it validated so that we can broaden like content creators, for example, like content creators, they can make their content in their own languages, and wherever you are, you can watch that content or consume that content in your language without the need to go look for a translation or just scroll by because it's in a language that you do not understand. So the whole idea is for validation of African languages, and people who help translate get tokens, and in turn, so the two main consumers that we are targeting here is one, content creators, and also companies or individuals looking to launch projects in Africa. You have to understand the dialect, you have to understand the people first if you want to do that. So that was the whole idea. How can we take African content and project it to the world? And also, how can the world project their content or their ideas to us while understanding each other? So the whole idea was just breaking the language barrier while incentivizing people for translations and vice versa. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, applause.
Again, cool idea. I can definitely see the incentive for people to come and translate and earn tokens. Who is the one that's going to pay to use this? Because it seems like you are updating models, AI models, because AI already does translation immediately, right? So I can foresee this as, and maybe I'm wrong, but the way I see this is you are validating AI, well, responses that AI can learn from. Is that correct?
Yeah, basically. So users give us translations and we use AI to like validate all that data. So like maybe 4 people say something else, but 8 people say something different, and then it takes that and sees which translation is correct or more accurate.
So the people who would pay for this is the people that run AI models.
The people that pay for?
Who's pumping money into this project so that translators can get their tokens that's worth something? So where does the money come in?
Oh, where's the money coming in?
Yeah.
So the whole idea is that companies or content creators would pay us. So when that happens, that the validators get paid too. Obviously not the same fee, so a validator would probably get paid, for example, maybe $10, and from a company we got $10,000. So that was the idea of how to fund the project.
Okay, I see. Yeah, it would be quite crucial to understand that leg to just see how the translation adds value for someone like these AI models or these AI companies that ultimately gets their model trained better. But cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to understand as well is, because like, for example, in my company, when we're producing an event, for example, we can have like an AI translator for, or rather captions service that's needed, that's going to go onto the bottom of the screen, like the lower third, right?
Yeah.
And so usually we pay a certain amount per word.
Yeah.
And so that could be one use case, and then another potentially being just the verification, because sometimes these AI models don't necessarily get the translation correct, because there's kind of like the transliteration, and then there's the meaning for meaning versus word for word, right? And so I think you even being able to identify and say like, hey, do you want the word for word meaning, or do you want the meaning for meaning translation, and with the cultural context and all of that kind of stuff. So those are things that you guys might want to consider.
Yes. Oh, is that a question or
You can respond.
Oh, no. So that's why we decided to like have people validate this instead of just word for word. So when someone validates it, let's say you're a native speaker, you can validate and say, okay, this is the word for word, or this is the meaning, or here's some colloquialism to add to the thing, and then the AI would learn from that instead of just giving word for word, which in some cases Google Translate does give you word for word translations, and that's how I felt Afrikaans. But like, yeah, that's the whole idea here.
Out of curiosity, have you guys thought about starting...
Sorry, I can't hear you.
So, out of curiosity, have you guys thought about starting I'm Not a Robot farm?
Sorry?
I'm not a robot. I'm not a robot farm.
No, we haven't.
So, you know, every time you go to a website and you have to click, I am not a robot. So you're actually training an AI. So have you relatively thought about saying like, hey, we use a word mechanism, or actually utilizing this as a different source of proving other data? So there's more that can be done just past the language barrier, or also using this as an AI authentication method, because essentially the AI won't be actually it's going to be struggling a lot more to actually recognize these words that it doesn't know. So it's a fantastic method of using it as I'm not a robot, because we all know most AI models can now actually solve the I'm not a robot thing.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. All righty, we are down to our last in-person presentation, and then the rest will be from our virtual attendees. Can I have Malika come to the stage. Okay, we're going to give the judges about a minute or so to kind of get set up. So, team name, Maleka. Okay, dad joke time. Why did the coder ignore the campfire? He couldn't log off. Womp womp. All right, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Maleka.
Good day, everyone. My name is Titelo, and my team name is Maleka. So what I did for this hackathon is a cyber safety, decentralized cyber safety for every South African. I have a little story here. So Tandi, a 65-year-old grandmother from Soweto, fell a victim to an SMS scam claiming a SARS prize. Lost 32,000 men for her grandson's education. This represents thousands of South Africans facing similar risk. Now imagine getting a fire alarm that screams in a language that you don't understand. That's what cybersecurity looks like for 78% of South Africans who prefer indigenous languages online. South Africa has 11 official languages, but only one for cybersecurity. And it's leaving millions behind. While security speaks one language, danger speaks 11. The key stats due to that is the financial loss. It has led to financial loss, which is 2.2 million lost annually to scams. Every 7 minutes, a South African victim. The victims are people over 50 years old. 89% scams via WhatsApp and SMSs. 78% prefer indigenous languages online. Protection gap is that only 3% cybersecurity in local languages. And also the subscriptions to platforms for cybersecurity also. So my proposed solution is that I'm not trying to translate cybersecurity. I'm trying to decentralize it, to transform it into protection that speaks your language and understands your life. Mzansi Shield replaces expensive surveillance with community-powered AI protection, keeping South Africans safe instantly, privately, and account-free. We're making Let Me Mzansi Shield that as common as Let Me Go that, because cybersecurity shouldn't be a luxury, but should be a reflex. So for architecture, for decentralized AI and deepen, for decentralized AI, we have privacy-first AI analysis, no user data storage, and stateless interference, protect instantly, learns nothing. And then deepen architecture, anonymous thread signals generate local intelligence. This matters because we're decentralizing trust, not just technology. AI serves communities, not corporations. Cyber safety becomes shared infrastructure for South Africa. So for business model, I'm looking forward to working with South African banks, insurance companies, telcos, and also government departments. So I'm gonna ask for the demo.
Mzansi Shield. What is Mzansi Shield? So Mzansi Shield, it's a cybersecurity web application that checks for scam links or scam messages. So how does it work? Is that our web application shows that it has an alert banner here that shows current and also live reports from maybe SARS, WhatsApp, banks, and also maybe Lotto. And what's also special and unique about our app is that it's multilingual. As you can see here, you can switch to any language that you understand, to Isxhosa, to Sepedi, any language that you understand. So what we have here is that we have a link checker where you can check for a link or a message that is unsafe. An example could be this. Let me just copy this and then paste here, and then you check for threads. Then our AI is gonna analyze for you, and then it's gonna tell you if the link is safe or unsafe. You can also switch to the language that you understand, as you can see, and then we have a password generator where you can test your password strength. As you said, this is a web application of cybersecurity. So if you don't have any idea of strong passwords, it can simply generate strong passwords for you, as you can see here, and you can just simply copy or paste it anywhere you want. So we also have safety tips where we have emergency contact where you can report the scams, and then also it tells you what to do and what not to do. And then also have a report scam where you can report scams or maybe a link that you found that was malicious. And you can copy this again. Let's say we report this link and then we say it's fake job offer, and then you write the description that you want, and then after that you report. After reporting, it's gonna tell you that there's unique 8 scams, and then today the scams was 8, and then verified is 4. So let's say someone wanted to report the same link as you, it's gonna say similar scam already reported. So you can basically go to view reports and then verify the link that it's a scam. As you can see here, verified is 5. And then that is it for our web application, and thank you.
Okay, 2 questions. Great presentation. Sorry. Number 1 is, have you all considered this being a Chrome extension? Did you all consider this being a Chrome extension?
I can consider it being a Chrome extension.
I can't say I consider it being a Chrome extension, but I'd actually prefer it to be embedded in apps like, if you know Capitec, South African bank app. Recently, it's using this threat detection when you're on call. It doesn't allow you to be on call while you're using the app because it's not safe. So I was actually dreaming to do something like that. Yes.
Where, I guess the question though, in my mind, the reason I'm thinking of a Chrome extension is because typically where the points of failure or vulnerability are is in clicking a wrong link. And so the AI is helping you to prevent from clicking the wrong link.
Are you talking about the link that I copied from ChatGPT?
I'm not sure. I think if I understand correctly, the problem that you're solving for is preventing scams online.
Yes.
Right, and I guess I'm like deducing down to where are the points of vulnerability, where those scams occur.
I don't think I understand the question.
Like, for example, a lot of, this is why in a lot of like NFT communities, the founder of the community will say, the official link is on our official website. We're not going to send you a link through Telegram. And the reason for that is because the link in and of itself is the point of vulnerability for a scam to occur. Okay, no problem.
Is it a challenge with hearing?
Yes. Oh, okay, so you can re-say it.
So Kayla, if I'm hearing your comment correctly, what she is mentioning are the potential vulnerabilities of those. They would primarily happen on web?
In any context.
In any context.
It's the link.
It's the link itself that is the point of vulnerability.
It's not only links, actually. You can also paste a message or an email that you don't understand. As I said, where I come from a small city in a small township in Johannesburg, Katlehong. So most people struggle with English, including myself. So what you can paste there is the message or the link that you don't understand, and then it translates that message or the link, and then it tells you how of a danger that link or message is.
I think it's a good product in the sense that it is not too resource intensive to set up. I think if you can penetrate the market, again, like your local communities, to use it and get a broader use case. I think in South Africa, when load shedding was such a thing, load shedding apps exploded, and then they built communities around that. So I think if you do get the word out there of your product, then to your presentation, you said allowing a place where someone can go and do all their security checks. Like it should be the first thing they think of. It's like, okay, is it a scam? I go to this place. So it did look cool to find this one-stop shop that is a trusted name across the community, which I think is really cool. I think maybe to answer your Kayla question, maybe after that they can do more engineering focused stuff where they can like apply their AI or their logic before they even action something. But if they do community, knowledge base and like sharing of knowledge, and they know that, okay, first step is just go to this place, then I think that's the first start, and then from there maybe better funding comes in and they can build even more advanced tech. But it is a nice mind shift to help communities to avoid scams. So I think it has potential. Just maybe I didn't see so much the blockchain component, but there was AI. But yeah, that was only the critique I can give, but it's a cool idea for the community.
Thank you so much.
Cool idea, but I think you guys need to go talk to the AfriLang DAO guys, because I think you can solve a real problem here. When your nana or your auntie or whatever, when they get a message, they don't get it on a website. They get it via SMS, right?
Yes.
That's the first point.
Yes.
So wouldn't your first position be one where you are able to read the SMS and automatically translate it to all 11 languages? Just as an idea? Because I think you and the AfriLang guys can solve this problem. Little bit of engineering, little bit of identifying the core problem.
Yes.
Right? Because everybody gets messages, SMSs that have three indicators of a scam, right? That's
Yes.
urgency, do this now. Right? There is an amount that needs to be paid or else, so there's repercussion. And there's a call to action that sends you to a place that you've never been before, the link.
Yes.
Right? So I think between your two companies, you have a product. I think you have to have a conversation.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Maleka. Okay, we've got one more presentation, and that is Pro Intel. I believe that's the name of their team. And then I just want to give everyone an update to the schedule. So what we will be doing is after this presentation, the judges will review the last virtual submissions, and then they will deliberate amongst themselves. That will take about half an hour. At 4:20, we'll get everyone seated. 4:30, we'll present awards. We'll have the closing remarks. And at 5, we'll have the announcements, including those who might have won that special merch that we got for those that posted. So, without further ado, I am going to get started with Pro Intel.
Hello, hello. Can everyone hear me? Oh, wow, I'm sure we're all tired today. It was a long day. We saw some amazing projects. But anyway, let's start with the presentation. Sorry, I'm just looking for my notes. So good day. My name is Chedza Manye, and beside me is Anele. What's her name?
Twala.
Twala, Anele Twala. I know I'm a bad teammate for forgetting her surname. And we are part of Pro Intel, and there on the screen there is our backend developer. His name is, what is his name again? I'm so sorry. Sandile. His name is Sandile. So let me start off with a story. So I started at ABC, I think it was about last year, and I started yapping about crypto. I was like, yo, Ma, crypto's the next big thing. My mom came to me, she's like, yeah, but what is this thing? And my mom, being an African woman, raised from the villages, I did not know how to explain it to her, right? All I could tell her is, it's money in the air, right? I don't know if that makes sense. It's money in the air, digital money. The closest thing I could explain it to was tokens in the cloud, which kind of almost makes sense. And she was interested in investing in the tokens in this said cloud. But where do we even start with getting information? Where do we even start with the research? Because the research is very, how can I say it? It's very filtered out. It's for expert and super users. It's not for everyday people to be able to read, right? And that's where our solution comes in, Pro Intel, where we do analysis on tokens, and from that analysis, we make it readable in plain English for everyday users to be able to read and make decisions off of it. Disclaimer, we are not financial advisors in case you get scammed. No, we can go with the slides. Oh, you can play the slides, sorry. Okay, so we are a team of 5, as I said before. The other 2 are currently not here with us. No, not that they passed away, but they're just not here. Sorry. So the crypto data is confusing, as we've said before. And the issue in this is that it is, again, very, very, very complex to read, very complex to understand. You're going to be hearing terms like wallet concentration. You're going to be hearing terms like wallet concentration and end up following hypes and also following scams and getting rug pulled. Again, another crypto terminology that is not really known by the everyday user. You can go next. The solution: risk scores and token analysis. So what we do, we have an agnostic, I hope that's the right word, agnostic solutions, right? An agnostic solution for every single token. So what you can do, you type in your token name, and then from there, you will then be able to see the information on that said token, as well as the risk score of how risky it is. So we take the risk based on the volatility of the token. I'm not losing you, right? Okay, volatility of the token, and as well as how likely it is to become heavily regulated, as well as the trading volume and so KPIs. If you want to know more, please come to me after. We can chat a bit about it, have some coffee. Please buy me cookies, I love them. Next, please. Oh, now it's time for the demo, sorry. Can you please play the video?
And I'll be going through protocol intelligence. My name is Sandy Sewundla, and I'll be going through protocol intelligence. So our motto is data is public, but risk is not. What we have noticed is that even though blockchain data is public and we pride ourselves on that, that data and try to produce a more, and yeah.
It's on? Okay, thank you very much. So as you can see, it's a basic UI. I don't know if you can see it from there. Okay, so we just have a basic UI, and then from the UI, you can then type in the type of coin that you would like to do analysis on. For in my case, I want to check Dogecoin because I heard some random guy at the gym talk about it, and I thought he was talking about dogs. And then what we do then, we type it in. It loads, it loads, it loads. Did I type it? Oh, spelled it wrong. Apologies. Dogecoin. A killer in the B. And then there we have it. We have diagnosis on the coin itself. So here we see the basic description, and then we have a basic overview. But in this case, there's no overview for Doge. And then we can check Ripple. Is it Ripple? No, let's check another one. Oh, R is another one. Which one? Oh, Ripple, no? So pretty simple. And there's not much resistance to using it, so that it's very much easier for anyone to come and use it. Basic overview. Which one has basic overview again? Check Cato. And there you have it. And then Annele will explain the business side of things for you, on how we plan on making money.
Okay. So we have our target market. In this case, it's service obtainable market of 3.6 million. So we're saying if we have 30,000 users, right, who their average revenue per user is $120 a year, we're timesing that 30 by 120, which then gives us an annual recurring revenue of 3.6 million. And then our service available market is 6 million, and those 6 million is active DeFi and research users. So the average spend could be $100 a year, and then we're timesing that by the 6 million, which then gives us 600 million. And then we have our total addressable market, which is $1.5 billion. So we're saying that according to research, there are 300 million crypto users, and then we're assuming that 10% would pay the analytics tool, and then average price could be $50 a year, and then we're timesing that to give us the 1.5 billion. And then our revenue model would be B2C subscriptions, API licensing, and also enterprise contracts. Thank you.
What's stopping someone from just using Google or AI to get information about a coin? So what are you adding that's already readily available on the internet?
Sorry, I can't hear you. I listen to a lot of music.
So you're giving information about a coin and giving a risk assessment on that. There are there's already companies that do this, and also information on Google or ChatGPT if you ask it the right questions. What is your platform doing different?
So what makes us different is the fact that it's central. You get all the information in one place, right? And on top of that, we make it extremely readable. That is what makes us different. We checked our competitors, and our competitors are for super users. They're for people that are already interested in crypto, people that are already inside crypto. We're doing it for my mom. You don't love my mom? I'm sorry.
Okay. So the people that would subscribe to this is like your mother, and okay.
And researchers as well. Yeah.
Okay. Would they pay for something like this? Like I'm still seeing the friction in like them needing information to potentially buy a token, but if they've got that investment to buy a token, they could also just read up on the token. And like I think the more you get involved in crypto, if you are a buyer to hold value, then generally you do get more insightful on this. So how do you keep customers for this information? There's only so much tokens. They could sign up and then read up what they need and then kind of deactivate the account. How do you keep the attention?
How do we keep the attention?
How do you retain your customers? Because
customer retention.
You pay all information, they see the information, and then it's like, okay, thanks, I'm done. And then they leave.
That is a good question. We're actually open to more refinement, so we will take that into consideration and refine our business model.
We've got time for one more comment.
Okay, so as a part of the platform and how you're building out this information, I guess two questions I have, or one, because there's only time for one, is when it comes to, because essentially what I'm hearing you all describe is an analytics platform. And in my mind, when I think of analytics platforms, I think of Dune Analytics, or I think of Chain Analysis. I never can pronounce their name correctly. But what differentiates you between Dune Analytics or Chain Analysis? And then separately but connected, more or less Coinbase, when you go into their exchange, they give you recommendations of different coins to buy. So I'm just trying to understand what the differentiation is, and if some of those other platforms are providing that information more or less for free, how do you plan to compete with that?
Again, that is a very, how can I say this? That is a very constructive insight. That's very constructive. Again, we're open for refinement. We're thinking of focusing on our core concept, building out our core concept, and then that was basically it. But because you're mentioning the fact that, again, that they make it available on their platform, but they don't make it available in a way that, how can I say, they have risk scores in place. There they don't actually have risk scores, they just tell you the project, what they do, and what they're working on. That's basically most of the platforms.
In which case, I would also wonder if there's like a regulatory component as to why they're doing that, potentially,
Yeah.
versus why making formal recommendations. But that's another thing
We
to
should have
explore.
coffee. Yeah.
If you're buying.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause. Alrighty, guys, that covers our presentations. The judges will deliberate and commiserate among themselves. We will have everyone get started in about 15 minutes, and we will present awards. Or do you guys need more time? Is that cool? Cool. Wonderful. Alrighty, guys, break. grab your seats. All right, can everyone hear me? Wonderful. First, I want to just give a shout out to our judges. Can our judges stand up, please, for a round of applause? All right. All right. We've got Jody, Kyle, Jordan. It was an absolute honor and a pleasure to have you guys here. Okay, let's get into it. So for let's talk about what the winner gets. So we have 3K USD that'll be split across the 4 winners, so that'll be 750 per winner. For decentralized AI and DPIN, we have X402 Chronos. Now, the team could not be here, unfortunately, but we will get you sorted. Alan will take care of you. Okay. Next up, identity and security, Project Probo. Again, not here, virtual submission, but you got it. Okay. Next up, payment and stablecoin. Ooh, we've got Top Izzy.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this prize. I really appreciate. And I want to assure you that this is going to be some of the credits that you people are going to buy so that we are able to expand Top Easy and that we are able to make Africa use crypto as a daily life. Thank you.
Alrighty, and for our last track, gaming and entertainment. Can I get a drum roll? Spaza Tycoon. Connor, come on up.
I thank God for this, but my spectacular teammate, we pushed through, we got emotional, we almost fought each other, but at the end our hard work paid off. Speech, speech, speech.
I think it goes back to what she said during the workshop, so when she was like, she wants to get her winning streak back. So I'm very grateful to be part of that.
Thank you so much.
One more round of applause, y'all. All right, I would like to invite to the stage someone truly precious that helped bring all of this together, Kayla.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Give you all yourselves a round of applause. You should be incredibly proud of everything that you've accomplished. We started this about a week or so ago. You all joined us online. We had a kickoff call, and so many of you had so much interest and excitement. It's so encouraging to see that the future of Africa's blockchain developers is so bright. Again, give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much to our judges. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Jody. Thank you, Kyle, for participating. I know you guys were like, this is a long day. So thank you for staying in there with us, giving your hearts, giving your talent, giving your attention to these amazing developers and founders. Congratulations to the winners one more time. You guys are absolutely incredible. There were so many impressive projects. I will say that the gaming and entertainment track was very difficult to come to a decision on. You guys have such incredible ideas, such incredible execution, and very clear ideas about how you're gonna make this better. We encourage you to continue working on these projects. Continue to reach out to us to see how we can continue to support you. And we want to see you guys take these projects to the next level, start winning grants, and eventually capital-backed founders. So that's what we'd love to see, and we want to be a part of that journey with you. It's been an incredible 3 days. I don't know about you. I'm a little bit tired. My throat's a little bit scratchy. I'm ready to take a nap. But hopefully you guys thought that the work was worth it. Again, so incredibly grateful for your participation, and we will see you all next year.
Give it up one more time for Kayla, y'all. Alrighty, so some announcements. Tonight is the after party. So the after party will be at Woodstock Gin Company at 6 p.m. We'll have drinks, light snacks, some amazing DJs. Pull up, you might not know who's on the ones and twos. We will not have dinner at the after party, so just an awareness, so plan for a meal before. We're definitely gonna be hanging out, probably late into the evening. And did we note the winners of the merch? Okay. So everyone, this is Logan. Come meet him. He will find you. And that is our hackathon, y'all. Again, everyone give yourselves a round of applause. I also do want to just say thank you to our very esteemed sponsors, JPYR, Ryu, and Hazoo. Alrighty, y'all, party time or nap time.